Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome back to Siege of Orleans. Well, every time I stream, I seem to get more subscribers. I get 5 to 10 more subscribers every single time. And I need to chain barbs. So that's number 2. As far as reasons why I decided to stream right now. And number 3, I have nothing to do. And I was going to chain barbs anyway. So might as well stream it. And hang out with anybody who wants to hang out. Shazad, welcome. Glad to have you here. And number 4, there is a pretty good KvK going on right now. 2100 is fighting 1228. And there's also a very good fight on the other side of that exact zone. Both the entire KvK is having a battle for one certain zone 6 in Warriors Unbound. And so they're battling at the passes right now. And one side is making some progress. So we can check that out as well. And so basically, there were just a bunch of good reasons to stream. And here I am. Hope everybody is doing well. The barb chaining is going just fine. I am up to 73rd in honor, even though I've missed at least one altar and numerous runes. I was maybe 9,000 points behind Aurora about a day ago, and then I forgot to go to the runes, which is about 2,000 points, and she did go to it. So I've gained a ton of ground basically on some of the other pretty big grinders in our alliance. And I will bring out a 3rd chaining march for this stream. I honestly prefer to just chain 2 barbs at a time because it's just way more relaxed. But I do want to practice using 3 or doing 3. But let me just get this stream shared out a couple places before I commit to a 3rd. I should really write messages before I start streaming for these Discord chats. That's alright. I'm also going to get on the live streaming chat in the Handsome Devils Discord in case anybody wants to jump on the stream and chat with me. We'll do open mics today. All are welcome to join in. You can, if you really want to, you can make fun of my really lackluster barb chaining. Well, clearly I'm, missing some opportunities here while I share this stream out. Alright. Double C Heraclius is still doing a very good job as the #1 barb chainer in the game. He just never dies, never loses health. I mean, I started yesterday at about 248,000 troops. He's basically at that exact level. And so Double C, though he may be replaced as the king of barb chaining next week when KvK comes out, he, you know, long may he reign as one of the kings of barb chaining, because you can't really ask for a whole lot more from Double C. The Zoog Richard is good too. I think the main issue is just that the gear on the Zoog is not anywhere near as good as my gear on the Double C. And I do need to walk further away from town here. I'll go over here. Yeah, the Zoog is pretty much all purple gear. And I should probably replace this with something like the dagger, just because it's iconic. But it just doesn't compare to the Double C perfect cav gear. And I think Hera is honestly an amazing barb chaining march also. And so I think that one of the... So the deal with Hugh Q Bing, right? He has an absolutely massive heal. Double C has a 1,000 heal. Although his gets triggered more often, because he has a 10% chance to heal on every hit. Whereas Hugh Q Bing's only gets the heal when he kills a barb. So I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I guess Double C will probably still be the best barb chainer, simply because he does more healing than Hugh Q Bing. And then also because Double C has the peacekeeping tree, which gives some healing, gives reduced AP cost, all of that. So I may have prematurely stated that Hugh Q Bing would be a amazing barb chainer. He's obviously going to be very good, but Double C will still be better, for sure. I guess Hugh does a lot more damage. That can be either a good or a bad thing, actually. In all honesty, the last thing that I want in either of these two barb chaining marches, the last thing I want is more damage. They kill fast enough, and it's fairly hard to keep track of both marches, because I'm usually doing a few other things at the same time. Be sure to throw a like on the video, or on the stream, so more people get notified about it. And thank you all for being here. For my third barb chaining march, I'm going to go with Nevsky. The Nevsky already has very good gear and very good armaments. So we'll just do a Nevsky YSG third march. I'm not expecting it to last forever, but it should be able to stay out there pretty long. And we'll also kill things really, really fast. Really fast. Oh, now that I have a 6th march, I forgot that I have this 6th reset slot. Awesome. Rafa, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope I can assist you or entertain you during your own grind here in the Lost Kingdom. Oh, that's funny. My boss sent me an email literally the minute I went online saying that she had some work for me. That's fine. I can do that later. Shocky, welcome. And thank you for that info about your KvK. I definitely made a note of when you all are fighting, and I will do my best to live stream some of it. Obviously, it depends on how good the actual fight is, right? But there's always the chance that Shaki's in a big A Kingdom Strife of the Eight, and they're going to be going into level 6 passes kind of soon. And it's always possible that the level 6 or the zone 6 fights are going to be really good. Although I guess it's the past battles, right? You guys have already taken the level 6, the zone 6s, and it's just the past battles that are coming up. Let me look at that real quick. All right, this guy's marching. Shaki says that he hopes for a 3 versus 3 KL, and they've already got 2 kingdoms locked. Oh, so you guys have already done zone 6, so the next fight is at the level 5 passes, I guess, or level 6 passes. Okay, so the next fight is at the level 6 passes. So that could be a bit slow. I mean, level 6 passes can definitely be quite slow. Yeah. The level 6 passes, it's like right now, that KvK, that Strife of the Eight, is in a calm before the storm because those zone 6s are decided. And then the level 6 passes are like the second calm before the actual storm. The calm before the storm. Because not a ton happens at the level 6 passes either. Unless the KvK is just a complete blowout in one direction or the other. Wem Graphics, hello to you as well. Not a ton going on. We're just chaining barbs here in the Lost Kingdom. We might spectate another KvK a bit later. Niga, welcome. Looking sharp with the membership green and the emoji there. The Brian emote. A VG, thank you for subscribing. All right, I can tell that I'm going to need to focus to actually read the chat and triple chain. But I am committed to the triple chain. I need to learn how to triple chain. It's just way too efficient. It's so much more efficient than 2-chaining. It's just scientifically known by all the ROK scientists that 3 chains are better than 2. Yeah, Jon Snow in the Alliance chat talking while he chains. We're actually doing really good in honor point grinding. We've never had a lot of people who finish in the top 20. Usually there's a few Koreans from our kingdom who will finish in the top 20. But it's actually pretty rare that anybody in the Handsome Devils does. But I think we have 2 or 3 people in the top 20 right now. And Jon Snow's pushing pretty hard as well. Don't leash, don't leash. All right. I am not going to make the top 20, in part because I think I've lost something like 10 to 12k honor just from missing runes and altars. At least that much. And then I also just don't have that many action points left. I've got, what, 7,500, 8,500, 9,000. Yeah, so I've got like 37.5k. This is the problem, right? I just don't pay enough attention. And then the double C kills things so fast. And I do something stupid. Lose the original barb. Shaggy says 2172 and 2359 is stacked. It's their first fights. All right, well, you guys are definitely going to be on the offensive, and we'll have to see how much you all commit to rallying their forts. Since, of course, in Strife of the Eight, if one of your forts is burning down, you can simply build another one right behind it. Alright. Pretty much just have to steal any barbs that you find. You just have no idea how long the other chainer who's standing there is going to be AFK. Alright. Yeah, I think I need to get better with the keyboard. The keybinds here. Just a pretty basic double tap. And that will definitely make me faster. So here's how the honor's looking right now. There's a bunch of people from 1818 who scored a ton of honor very early on in the KvK, but now they are locked out of Zone 6 and they're not going to get any more altars. Oh, you know what? I think there's an altar today, because we were kind of talking about it. When is the altar? Oh no, it's not today. Never mind. Alright, the Nevsky's getting wrecked. So the Nevsky just got wrecked doing 4 barbs at a time. I guess what I should really do is send the Nevsky towards the Zone 5. Which is not what I'm doing right now, but... Impo, welcome to the stream. How's it going? As you can see, I'm over here in terrain. It's really interesting to see the territory choices that our alliance has made, as we do not actually have any territory in Kingsland. Our 2 allies here in the pink, or the magenta, they do have territory. Thank you, Impo. Yes. We are just basking in the glory and the reward of a nice KvK win. And it's really interesting to see where everyone in the Handsome Devils has ended up. A fair number of us do prefer to stay on Alliance territory. So we're in Ile-de-France here on Alliance territory. Ile-de-France is now completely safe. I mean, we have like a huge buffer now towards the only enemy camp that is still an aggressor, which is Turquoise. So it would take them literally days for a fort drop plus defeating our pass to ever re-invade Ile-de-France. So Ile-de-France is quite safe. Kingsland is quite safe. And I just assessed for myself that this zone was safe because our allies have a bunch of forts at both of these level 5 passes. So again, the enemy would have a very hard time breaking into terrain. Here, let me send all these marches to another clump while I talk. No point in 3-chaining if you're gonna not use any of them. Not use any of your chains. You gotta use your chains when you 3-chain. But I just settled in terrain. Kind of went out on my own here into this zone to chain barbs. But yeah, there's like, I don't know, 1/5 of us in Orleans, one fifth of us in Ile-de-France, a few stragglers in terrain, another 1/5 of us are in Anjou, which is a perfectly good zone with slightly lower level barbs that are a bit easier. And then another 1/5 of us are just back here in the start zone. Just chilling in the start zone. I think there's a lot of farms, but not all farms. It's not all farms. I guess it's mostly farms. Oh, like Sloppy. Sloppy's a main. Sloppy's just here in the start zone. So we're just completely spread out. We're all over the map. Everyone is making their own choices about where to live at this point. But I'm happy here in terrain for sure. I'm definitely liking terrain. Let me try to get all these barbs. I feel like this thing just spawned, right? I don't know. I get something here. Got that one. I kind of want this one. My goal, quite simply, is to use all my AP during this KvK. Alright, so the Nevsky is basically going to die very soon. I'm a little surprised at how quickly it's dying. I mean, very good gear, so I'm a little surprised how quickly the Nevsky's dying. Maybe Boudica would be better? No, because I don't have archer gear for a Boudica march. But yeah, I'm liking terrain. It's quiet. You don't see a whole lot of people. You don't see a whole lot of people, and you know, sometimes I have to kill the guardians myself because I need a rune and no one else has killed one. But I had my rune gathering march just sitting out here all night, and I assume we got some pretty good sleep because it's just real quiet. It's kind of quiet everywhere, you know. It's just kind of quiet everywhere on the map. There are a bunch of people doing barb forts, although none are doing any right now. I think it's getting a little bit late Korean time. So yeah, it's pretty late Korean time. So the barb forts have largely ended, but there's like a group doing barb forts in King's Land, and so I'll just have my alt join those barb forts whenever they're running. There's another group doing forts over in Ile-de-France. And, you know, we're just, what will we call this? I want to say a worker colony, but it's more than that. We're just we're a bunch of miners taking part in a very efficient, productive, highly profitable mining operation. We just have this really good land that we need to take advantage of, and we're all out here doing it. Nigo, what alliance do you recommend betting on? That's right, I am also going to talk about the Osiris League betting. I've only looked at it super briefly. I know I have one good bet, but I will go through it with everybody, and yeah, we can do some betting for sure. For I Have Talent, I would say I'm gonna go with 960, right? I think I'm gonna go 960 for I Have Talent. They just don't have a whole lot of competition here. They have 1846, and then they have, I guess, their own alliance. But there's just not a lot of competition here. I feel like there's more competition in Horus. And of course I missed that chain because this thing kills things so fast. So if I look away for 1 second, I'm missing the chain. But yeah, for Eye of Talent, I would just go 960. I don't think you can go wrong betting on 960. It's not like they've gotten any weaker, right? They had a big migration. You know, maybe they had... I mean, maybe Leopard is retiring. I don't know how big of a role Leopard plays in Osiris League. But I feel like largely their team is intact. Whereas I did hear a rumor that some of 1V's Osiris League planners had stopped playing. Just a rumor, just something I randomly read in somebody's YouTube chat. I can't remember who it was. But I think that's possible. From what I've seen of 1V, I think it's possible that some of their leadership left. I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but... Sun, welcome to the stream. Sun recommends betting on 1718 in Osiris League. Are they actually in? Did they make it? 1718? Oh, they did. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even realize that. So our allies in this KvK, even though they lost a lot of power, they beat, I think this is 1429 here. And then they wrecked 201p, whoever that is. So 1718 is in here. That'll be interesting. Be great to spectate some of their matches. I saw that the official casters for Osiris League were announced. It's Drago, Chiskel, and Plato. And I just hope that there's a way for the rest of us to spectate the games so that I can do my own streams. You know, if I happen to get into a match, I will stream it. That's basically my plan, is I won't be streaming. I'll see if I can be one of those 150 spectators. And if I do get in, then I'll start streaming that match. Because I really, really want to stream Osiris League. But yeah, it's one of those things. You do need the delay there needs to be an in-game delay so that people can watch the match, but not stream snipe people. Everybody be sure to throw a like on the stream. We've got 11 of you watching, but only 8 likes. So please give it a thumbs up. And let me know what you all are doing while you watch me stream. Are you grinding in ROK as well? And says, yep, I am doing the exact same thing. Nice. Nice. Yeah. We're just pretty much in the thick of it, I guess. 6 is driving. There you go. Alright, 6, I'll try to keep talking then, because you probably can't enjoy the visuals too much. Can't enjoy these amazing barb chaining visuals that I've got going on. Yep, drive safe, drive safe. I was gonna ask 6 what his kingdom's plans are for next KvK. I know they did Nile last time, and I believe they lost. But I was just wondering if they're going to be going into KvK again soon. But don't answer that, 6. Just drive. Alright, do I want to use Nevsky YSG again? I guess. There's no way I have anything better. I know I don't have anything better, so I have to use this. Oh, you're starting tomorrow. Marauder starting at reset. Nice, nice. Well, good luck with that. I know you enjoyed the Marauder 6. I think you've commented on my videos before that something like imagine how much stuff we would have in this game if we could do Marauders every day. Which is very true. It's true. I mean, Marauders are so time efficient, right? They're so much more time efficient than barb chaining. I'm sure barb chaining is more efficient. Or, you know, yeah, I would bet that barb chaining is slightly more efficient than Marauders, just because there are plenty of times where you can chain 3, 4, 5 barbs with one use of AP. But Marauders are so much more time efficient. Oh my gosh, so much more time efficient. K-Ken, welcome. Was I ever in 1874? No, I was not in 1874. See if I recognize the Alliance in 1874. Kingdom of Northaw. Okay, so you're fighting against 1682, or you're with 1682. And oh no, you're against them. Interesting. Was there another kingdom in this KvK that I thought was interesting? No. Cool, you just remind me of old friends I used to play with, that's why I asked. Right on. I've been in Kingdom 1131, and then I was in Kingdom 159, and for the last 3 years or so, I've been in Kingdom 1770. Maybe 2.5 years. Alright, I'm gonna actually... I have 2 good chain... No, I have just this one. I just have the stubbornly chain. I'm gonna actually do this chain correctly-ish. And get most of these. Alright, so I want to go down here first. So this barb was twitching a little bit there, I would say, as it repositioned to fight me. I think generally when it twitches a little bit, that's when it's very close to getting leashed. So, one thing that we all have to decide now that transmutation stones are out is how we're going to spend all the currency we get from recycling armaments. Right before the stream, I did recycle pretty much everything I could. I can actually get one of these now. If we can get up to 20 likes on the stream, I will buy this inscription shard chest today and open it up. And I really want to do that, so let me throw a like on my own video. Okay, we're already up to 15 likes. Very cool. G-Man, welcome. I will answer your question in just one moment. So I recycled everything I could just to see what I could get to before I bought anything this week. And I think we all have to realize at this point that transmutation stones are pretty freaking expensive, and anything other than whales are not going to be able to buy out this shop every week. I mean, I can buy it out this week, but this is multiple weeks worth of recycling. And so some decisions have to get made about what you actually buy from this shop at this point. Now, you may be thinking, oh, well, when you buy the chests, you get back some armaments that you can recycle. And so you're going to get some silver coins back from these. But it's not very many, right? If we assume that 50% of the time you get an inscription on these purple chests, which is a high estimate, you're getting 5 silver coins back for the 20 you spend. And then on the formation, the blue chests, you're just getting 20 back. You're spending 100 silver coins and you're getting 20 silver coins back. So everyone's going to have to decide for themselves whether they should just buy as many transmutation stones as they can, or whether they should keep buying these chests. Kaiken says, I opened one of those, bros. I got inscription sentries, 2% garrison. Well, I would like that. I would like that because I could take the 2%. Oh, sentries. Oh, that's see. So okay, I guess you're not in. You're obviously you're not a Garrison player, because to me this is amazing. I would love to get this. I would absolutely love to get this, because there's a lot of variants. There's a lot of variants in these inscription shard chests. You can get something rock solid like Valiant. But you can also get something very conditional like Patronage. Whenever a wielder's troop receives healing or a shield, it deals 2% extra damage for 3 seconds. You could get Line Shot, which is V formation. Most of the I think most of the legendary ones are good. But then when you get into... Oh, are none of these gathering related? I could have sworn there was one that's really, really bad. Maybe not. Maybe they're all okay. Yeah, I mean, these are all decent, I guess. I take that back. All these inscriptions are actually pretty decent. But I guess there is the Garrison one that's bad for some people. Rafa says, yeah, it's pretty expensive, especially if you try 8 times and get a good trade at 9th attempt. Yeah, so I just have a real decision to make about how I'm going to spend my silver coins going forward. And I think for me, look, I might buy these purple ones. I might buy the purple ones each week, because you can get legendaries out of this, and you can get something usable. But I think I'm done buying these blue chests. Getting them for the recycling value is obviously not worth it. You're getting a 20% rebate if you're just buying these and then recycling them. And like ultimately, all I'm really looking for are legendary armaments. It's gonna be pretty rare that I get a purple armament that's good. That's a replacement for what I have currently. And I think the issue is, if you have really good inscriptioned legendary armaments, then you should just buy the transmutation stones. If you don't have a lot of good inscriptions, then you should maybe keep buying the chests. But I mean, for me, I just have a bunch of armaments that I really do want to reroll. I think I have about 5 that are just super, super good. Yes, I'm gonna have Well-Clad, which is 3.5% defense. That's probably like my 5th best, 5th or so best inscription. This one I'm not really gonna reroll anytime soon. I've got this Cohesive. I have 2 Cohesives that I obviously need to reroll, right? I need to just transmute this thing. I'm gonna keep the all damage, but I will transmute this a bunch of times until I get something good, and it's gonna cost 3 stones every single time. I'm also going to transmute this double inscription a number of times. Again, 3 transmutation stones each time. Wait, is my Cohesive not? Oh, and then, okay, here's the other Cohesive. Then I have another Cohesive one. Again, super, super good armament. So as a reminder, I have the double, I have the 2 Cohesives, and then I also have Breaker. I have Breaker here, which is maybe my best inscription. Whenever the wielder's troop launches a normal attack, it has a 10% chance to reduce the target's defense by 15% for 3 seconds. This is basically slightly worse than Mora's Web. It's an inscription that is nearly as good as Mora's Web. And so I'm going to transmute this as well. So basically, what my strategy is going to be is I'm just going to build up my transmutation stones. I'm not going to use them as I get them. I'm just going to save them up. You know, we have a couple months before we earn another war. So I'm just going to save my transmutation stones. I may or may not get some better armaments between now and then. And then shortly before we go back to war, I will use all my transmutation stones on my absolute best armaments and hope to, roll them into something better. So that's my plan. Let me know if you all are thinking about it differently. If you have the patience to save your transmutation stones, or if you're just using them as you get them. I think I can be patient. I think I can be patient. G-Man says, what power and KP did you start KvK with? G-Man, I started at 87 million power. So I've lost 17 million power. And I started at 5.3 or 5.4 billion KP. Nick Potter, no, wedge formation is right. Wedge formation is correct. I did arch formation because I'm a garrison captain, and I wanted to have as much counterattack damage as I could get. I made that decision before Heraclius came out, and so counterattack damage was insanely high priority before Heraclius came out. If I knew Heraclius was going to be released, if I knew there would be a great anti-swarm garrison, then I probably would have just gone wedge. But I already have so much in the arch formation family that I have to just stick with it. And I don't think I'm making a big mistake. I think I'm just making a slight mistake. I think that the real edge that wedge has over arch is actually just the special inscription you get in the KvK shop. I just think the hunter formation is so much better than the destruction inscription that's literally what makes wedge clearly better than arch. I was wandering to the downtown area of our Red Camp allies. That's the only, Seba, welcome to Officer Chat. Thank you so much, dude. Awesome. Enjoy your new emote. More to come soon. And I just really appreciate that support. Thank you, man. Everyone welcome the newest member to our Officer Chat. If you've got the emojis, throw them out. Yeah, I really think it's the hunter formation that like makes the whole difference. It's here, right? Yeah. So I mean, hunter is just so amazing. The wielder does 5% extra skill damage, and when dealing direct damage to a single target, the damage is boosted by 10%. Otherwise, it's boosted by 2%. So it's 2% all damage. Let's just call it. Let's say you're always doing AOE. Let's just say that. You're boosting your all damage by 1% on all direct damage. And then so that's 1% of skill damage basically, or 2.5% of stats. The 5% extra skill damage is something like 6.25% of stats. So overall this thing gives about 9% of stats. Because sometimes it's single target, let's just round that to 10%. Let's say that hunter is worth 10% of stats. When you compare that to destructive, like, okay, even if we say this is a push, even if we say the second part of this, that whenever you do a normal attack, there's a 10% chance to spend 100 rage and increase the damage of the attack by 70%. Even if we say this trade is neutral, which it probably isn't, this is probably a bad trade. You're probably losing, you're losing value on this half of what this inscription does. The top part is 3.5% extra normal attack damage. So that's 1.75% of all damage. So that's like 4.3% of stats. So I mean, this thing does 4.3% of stats. This thing does 10% of stats. And that makes a big difference because ultimately we are going to get a lot of these inscriptions. Like, assuming you win KvKs at a, you know, decent clip, over 50% clip, you're going to get a bunch of these things over time. You're going to get 2 or 3 of them each year. Bernard, welcome to the stream. Or should I call you Tarzan from Kingdom 2142? But yeah, Seba, thanks again for the membership. Niga, thank you for your membership. Everyone who is a member of Officer Chat, thank you so much. It really helps a lot. It helps so freaking much. The engagement is awesome. Having a louder voice in the community now is a really nice bonus for the channel. I enjoy my own videos, and I know there are plenty of people in Kingdom 770 who enjoy the videos, enjoy seeing themselves on screen, enjoy reliving some of our memories. There's a lot of really good things about this channel, like a lot of rewarding things for me about the channel, but some financial reward is a big part of it for sure. You know, I would love to make this a bit of a side hustle. Just something to, you know, get a little bit of extra money each month. That would just make this way more rewarding than the intangibles that I just talked about. So I appreciate all the donations and all the memberships, as well as all the subs and all the likes. The likes are a great free-to-play way of supporting the channel. Hanging out and being active in chat is also a great way to support the channel in a free-to-play way. Alright. Nice clump down there. Clump over there. Poor Nevsky. Poor Nevsky YSG. They just can't beat these barbs. These barbs are basically kicking Nevsky's ass. So I do think I've made a few long-term decisions with my account. Because when I say long-term, I mean a few months, right? Because we are literally right at the end of a war. Alloys, welcome to the stream. Looking good. Looking good in green. So we just finished war here, basically, right? We finished last Friday, maybe? So we still have 14 days left in this LK, plus an extra 3 days. So, I mean, we still have 2.5 weeks in the Lost Kingdom. Nightbot. Okay, so I added Nightbot because I thought I needed it for polls, but I'm going to have to get rid of Nightbot. I can already tell that Nightbot is annoying. So ignore Nightbot. Ignore Nightbot. He's not supposed to be here. Yeah, I mean, we've got 17 days left in this KvK, and then we have however long our off-season is going to be. And then we have the Eve of the Crusade and the days in the next Lost Kingdom before fighting starts. So I have like a good bit of time to take a deep breath and make some decisions about how I'm going to go forward with the account. I told you about the transmutation stones, how I'm gonna stop buying the blue chests, and I'm just gonna buy the transmutation stones each week from the shop. What happened here? I chained it, but then it leashed itself? Hello? Oh, nice. Look at this. Look at this. Nick Patter says, can I ask how old your account is? Yeah, Nick, I'm coming up on, I am coming up on 5 years. It'll be 5 years in October that I've played this game for. Oh no. Okay, so I think this is, yeah, I think this is October 10th, or October 11th, excuse me. Is when I started playing. So yeah, over 4.5 years. And yeah, longevity definitely has its privileges. It definitely does. I would not be here with my cav equipment if I did not have longevity in this game. This has been really key. Having this maxed cav equipment has been great as a garrison captain. I think it helped me a ton. And it allowed me to compete with whales, even though I don't buy Conqueror's Will. I just buy the first 2 Mountain Warfares and grind a lot. And I get far enough in the Crystal Tech tree doing that I can compete just fine with whales. And then I also think longevity is going to matter in the long run with armaments, right? In a couple of years, we're going to have a big advantage armament-wise over people who just start playing now or just start getting into the armament phase of the game now. Lucy Baldwin says, how much RSS did you use in this KvK and how many deaths do you have? Lucy, I am not sure how many RSS I used. I wish I knew, and I wish I had written down what I had when the KvK started. Actually, I might have done it. I might have written it down. Let me take a look real quick. Let me see if I've written this down, how many RSS I had. I won't be able to figure it out exactly because I have been donated some from our banks. Let me look. That's not it. Yeah, I didn't write down how many RSS I started with, so I'm not quite sure how many RSS I used, Lucy. But as far as deads, I'm right at 3 million. So pretty high, pretty high. You can see that it's largely tier 4 because it was largely me in garrisons. And then I have deads. I have T5 cavalry deads because I would swarm with Nevsky Joan quite a bit. But I did do a pretty good job of keeping my tier 5 deads down. The whole way I play is that I fill garrisons with tier 4, and then I use my tier 5 in the field and try not to get it killed. Obviously it gets killed sometimes, you have to join rallies, all that kind of thing. Where am I in this zone? What is happening here? Oh, it's just this river, basically. I just need to cross this river. And then I also know, Lucy, that I used roughly 700 days of speed ups. So I started with 900, I have 200 days now. I bought some stuff during the KvK. I used some of the speed ups to train. They weren't all for healing. But I basically went from 900 days of speed ups down to 200 days of speed ups. So for one thing or another, I lost 700 days of speed ups during this KvK. Sonny wants to see my stats. Sure, I mean, I've got 6.4 billion KP. I've got 30 million deads. And my helps are okay. My helps are okay. 124,000 helps. Aloy says, hard for young accounts to catch up. Old accounts have a big advantage. And Brian's account is almost a year older than mine. I thought I was old. You're old. You're old. You're old. I'd say anything over, I'd probably say anything over 3 years is old at this point. Nick Potter says, my account is 450 days old or so, and it feels so hard to catch up, just maxing SLC commanders alone. Yeah, Nick, I think it is pretty hard to catch up. If you're going to be a garrison captain or a rally lead, it is hard to catch up. It really is. It's hard to catch up. But I think younger accounts can do just fine in the open field. You know, I think how much time you put into fighting, I think your march control, and I think avoiding mistakes like not taking AoE deads, not taking deads when your hospital fills up, understanding when to attack, understanding when to retreat. I think younger accounts can definitely perform well in the open field, but yeah, I mean it's just quite expensive to get to this level of gear very quickly, right? I mean, I did this very slowly. I accomplished this very, very slowly. I didn't buy a ton of material bundles, right? I just spent gems on materials when I could, you know, doing events like Egg. I did all the events that give materials like Golden Kingdom or Ian's Ballad, stuff like that, right? And I just very gradually got both the materials and the blueprints to make this happen. But if someone wanted to, like, if someone was, you know, 300 days old, they were going into SOC, and they wanted to be a garrison or rally leader right from the start, getting this kind of gear would be very expensive. Very, very expensive. Nick Powder says, that's what my cab gear looks like, but I got 0 crits. Yeah, that's kind of me with my infantry gear, right? My infantry gear is all legendary, but there's just like there's no crits. There's no crits at all. And that's one of the other things that I sort of decided, is that I'm just going to focus on, I'm pretty sure I'm going to use all my gems for materials, right? I'm going to use them for materials rather than spinning the cubing wheels. And what I'm going to do with my materials, I'm just going to build more pieces. I'm not going to I'm not going to try to crit my infantry gear. I'm going to let other people be the infantry garrisons. I'm just going to where am I? Here we go. I'm just gonna finish doing the legendary gear on Nevsky. I'll do an Ash of the Dawn and an Navarre's Control. And then I'm gonna build some cavalry or some archer legendaries. I haven't decided exactly what I'm gonna build first. I think I'll probably build the weapon first and then probably the boots. Just because I kind of like this revival set, so I kind of want to keep it in place. But yeah, I'm just going to build some archer and cav legendary gear. I'll have the iconics for it before war starts. And just kind of like buff up my gear that way. So going back to Arya, who said, who is more powerful, Scipio or Nevsky? Oof, that's a good question. Look, I think that if you're going into SOC, you want to build Nevsky first. And the reason for that is simply because there are other meta cav commanders that you can pair with Nevsky, right? You can build Nevsky, then you can build Joan, and you're just fine. That march is going to last you for the next 18 months at least. Whereas if you're going into SOC, and the first commander that you build is Scipio, who are you going to pair him with? You really don't want to be building Guan at this point. You don't want to use gold heads to build Guan, because surely Guan is going to get replaced fairly soon, right? And I don't know that you want to build Scipio Sargon. I mean, that's fine. You can do that. But isn't it likely that there's going to be a better infantry open field commander than Sargon or Guan very soon? The only way I would build Scipio first in SOC is if you built YSG, and then you could run Scipio YSG, which I think is okay. Or maybe if you put a lot of gold heads into Charles Martel, or not gold heads, but like a Charles Martel MG or something. I don't know. Actually, I take that back. I'm just saying Martel Scipio is decent, but your Martel would never be expertised that early on. Yeah, so I would say Nevsky is better than Scipio. Simply because he has better pairs at this point in the game. Nick Potter says, so should I avoid pairing Scipio with Alex? No, I mean that's fine. You can pair Scipio with Alex. That's fine. If you have Alex built, obviously Scipio Alex is fine. But I don't think anybody's building Alex anymore. I feel like Alex is done getting built in this game. Sonny says, do you think the new Cav Commander is worth expertising? So, Sonny, I have seen the battle simulator results. And I guess they're what we expected-ish. I mean, maybe we thought it would do a little bit better. Maybe we thought that Q Bing Joan would beat Nevsky Joan, for example. It looks to me like Q Bing is not more powerful than Nevsky, right? It looks like they're in the same ballpark. And the thing about Nevsky is that we know Nevsky is very good when swarming flags. Whereas it is possible, based on the way Q Bing's skills are written, it is possible that some of his skills won't work when swarming flags. And also, we also know that Nevsky is good in Garrison, right? Like you can run a Jan Nevsky Garrison. Or in Warriors Unbound, you could probably run a Nevsky Scipio Garrison with a Cav Relic on the Scipio. Probably. So it appears that Nevsky is a lot more versatile than Q Bing. And so in that sense, I'm not sure that Q Bing is going to be a must-build commander right from the start. Who is the best pair for Nevsky? I mean, the best. Yeah, Nevsky Joan is the best pair. Nevsky Joan is the best pair. It's just very good at open field. It's probably the second best Cav rally. And it's so good at swarming. It's so good at swarming. It's good at swarming rallies, and it's good at swarming flags. It's just great at it. It's the best march in the game for swarming. So yeah, Nevsky Joan. Iman says, last night I made my archer armaments 15.8% health. I think I have one of the best archers in my kingdom. Congrats, Iman. Yeah, congrats. I remember you were talking about one of your really good armaments on my last stream as well. So 15.8% health is crazy. I hope you have some other stats on there, but you know, if you don't, that's still pretty good. I think I basically got very lucky on armaments, honestly. I think I got very lucky. I have 3 double inscriptions. They're all pretty good. I had an amazing transmute. I have a breaker inscription. I have the master level I have the master level line formation inscription, which reduces the number of severely wounded units in battle by 10%. This is like 14% of stats right here. So yeah, I think I did pretty good on armaments for a low spender. So Iman says 8% defense and 7.8% attack. So you've got like 15.8 of that as well. So you've got like 31.6 of stats plus the counterattack, which I'm not exactly sure how to convert counterattack, but let's say 3.5% counterattack is like 2 to 2.5% of stats. So you probably have a 33 to 34% worth of stats on that march. And half those stats are health, so it's actually even better. Yeah, that is very thick. Very, very thick. The interesting thing though, Aman, is that, so let's say a fairly competitive player, so we're saying you have 34% of stats on that march, right? Let's at the same time say that a pretty competitive player probably has about 24% of stats on their armament set. So maybe you have a 10 to 15% stat advantage over the typical player, right? At the end of the day, if you remember to put a rune on, if you remember to use a rune while you're fighting, that's generally going to be about 10% of stats on its own. And so for all the work we put into armaments, we're really just trying to get the same advantage that we get by using a rune when our enemy does not. And I will let you mull that one over for a second while I grab the water. I will be right back. Alright, says, what the F? I just used my gems in Wheel of Fortune for XY, thinking he is the best pair for Nevsky. Yeah, Arya, I mean, I hate to say it, but that probably was a mistake. That probably was a mistake. I think the new commander is going to probably replace XY. So... I mean, XY Nevsky is good. It's good. So I don't know how far you are on your XY, but if you've put less than 400 heads into XY, then I would just build Joan, because Nevsky Joan is just better. Yeah, mistakes were made. Mistakes do get made. I mean, what I was saying, right, about how we're trying to get these edges on armaments, but really all we're doing is getting the same size of an edge as we get by grabbing a rune. And I'll just be honest, and you will see this in some of my videos. There were many fights, even when I was garrison captain in this KvK, where I did not get a rune. And it's just one of those things where sometimes I was just too busy, I was just too busy doing other stuff to get a rune. Sometimes all my marches were committed to something else. Sometimes I guess I just couldn't be bothered to go get a rune, because again, I was just busy with other things. But I honestly, I think I spent like a whole, 2-hour session as a garrison captain. I almost want to say I was taking double rallies and getting really good trades. And I just did not have a rune the whole time. And I don't know, it just kind of happens sometimes. Like I didn't have 6 marches for all of the fighting. And sometimes all my marches were just committed to other stuff. Like this is what would happen, right? I would have my main cav garrison. Then I would have either my infantry garrison somewhere, or I would have a second cav garrison as backup, right? And then I would have 3 open field marches. I had 3 really good open field marches, and I would be actively fighting in the open field. Like I would need to be out there in the open field. And I would just never take the time to grab a rune. I would just constantly be using those 5 marches. And that applies to all of our marches, not just to like one specific march that has really good armaments. Kken says, who is more of a field commander, nothing else? Yeah, I think it's looking more that way, Kken. I think I probably overstated Huz's value as a rally lead, because I didn't read the skills closely enough to see that the skill description explicitly went out of the way to say this is for attacking enemy troops. And then I also did not think, and I think more importantly, because we don't know how that's going to shake out, I did not think about the fact that if you one-troop your own march, in order to keep Huz's third skill active, you also reset your rage, right? So you're trying to do a positive thing by keeping the third skill active by resetting the combat window. But at the same time, you're resetting the rage, which is a freaking disaster. Rafa says, which auxiliaries are you using with CC? That mother effer does not die. I'm pretty sure it's like not great ones. Let me look. No, the CC Hera never dies. Yeah, so I'm not using anything special here. I'm using Mech Med for a little extra damage. I'm getting a very mediocre heal and some defense from Takeda. Fies, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the community. And then I have some counterattack damage on Joan, you know, or some normal attack damage on Joan. It's just the gear and the combo. It's really just the gear and the combo. Even in Rafa, even in the last KvK, when I didn't have anything on, we didn't even have auxiliary skills in the last KvK. My double C Hera never died. Never ever died. Arya says, man, I can't even buy things for money as this game is banned in India. I mean, I can play but can't purchase anything. By the way, are you P2 pay to play or half pay to play? I'm pay to play. I'm pay to play. I spend about $2,000 a year on the game, so I'm definitely pay to play. But I also do a lot of grinding, as you can see right now. I do a lot of grinding. I'm up to 69. I'm 69 in honor points. So I've moved up from mid 70s to 69 during this stream. Henry, welcome. Another fan of 69 has entered the chat. Sunny says, Aria, just change your Google Play Store. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that worked. All right, we're teaching people some good stuff here in the chat today. I'll mention that to some of our players that are Indian in our alliance as well. Rafa says, just imagine Lilith add a new commander as paid commander like Minna. They could. They definitely could. They could add a Minna style pay commander that is only available once you enter Season of Conquest, and make it, you know, make it sort of an XY level commander, so that people who want to get a slight boost to their open field when they join SOC could spend $200 and get that boost. I think something like that would actually make a lot of sense. Arias says, what are the requirements for joining your alliance? Our requirements are pretty high, for sure. We're basically looking for good open field players. So we would like something like 2.5 billion kill points, 15 million deads, and we would like you to spend some money on Crystal Tech. Ideally, you would spend at least $100 buying the pop-ups. If you only spend $50 per KvK and your other stats are good, maybe that would work. But yeah, we're basically looking for people with 2.5 billion KP and who also will spend during KvK. All right, let's see. Do I have a clump going here? I don't. All right, so let's see how many likes we have, first of all. Where am I looking at that? Okay, we got 24 likes. So I said that at 20 likes, I would open, or I would buy this inscription chest. All right, so this is gonna be my first one. This is the first inscription shard chest that I buy. I think I buy it and then I open it. So I think I can just like buy this thing straight away. Wish me luck, everybody. This is kind of a big pull, I think. This is a pretty big pull. I mean, I've been working on this since Armaments came out. So let me buy this thing. Oh, it's gonna open right away. Okay. All right, we're just gonna open it. Mr. George says, "Wow, kingdoms are getting more demanding, scary. Forget about being FTP grinder." Yeah, Mr. George, there are plenty of kingdoms that if you have solid stats, they will accept you with open arms. They will be happy to have you, and you will be in a good kingdom. Our requirements are just very high right now. But all right, I'm gonna open this thing. I'm going to use my one time. I have not used a one time on opening inscription shard chests. I'm just going to use my one time right here. One time. Give me something good. And let's freaking do this. Oh, you get two! Do you always get two? Oh no, this is the inscription shard. Okay. So this looks sketch. The purple, War Hunger, 1% normal attack damage. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's like the worst one. This is like the worst one, isn't it? It's on the instrument, which is good. But this is like 1.25% of stats. This is so bad. I got tricked because I saw the orange, but I forgot it was the that was the shard. All right, so I got that inscription. Blah blah blah. I'll put it on something. Yeah. Let me see real quick if that's going to be good on somebody. So, one doesn't have any. It's on the instrument slot. Maybe this? Which one's the instrument? Oh, this is the instrument. Okay. It's not going to work on him. Maybe Boudica? No, not gonna work on Boudica. Oh man. Pretty weak. Yeah, I don't even know what I'll use that on. That was a nothing burger, basically. Bummer. Seba member. Seba. I guess I'll start an alliance quiz in case somebody needs it. I'm all done with this today. This event is awesome. They should honestly do this more often. It's so fun. It's so fun. And we got third on in this group, which is not even our continent. We used to be the first, the lowest number on our continent. Now they've got us on a continent with a bunch of people in the 1760s. I have no idea what's going on there. But let me keep barbing. Let me keep barbing. Sonny says, "Can you check my stats for your kingdom?" Here, yeah. Let me get set up here pretty good. All right. Eight, 5, 3, 9, 5, 6. I hope this is not a Rickroll. All right, so let's look at Sunny Ave. Potential recruit to 770. Looks like a Cav player. 2.2 million deads, or 2.2 billion KP. 13 million deads. Not many helps. Are you a newer account? Let's see. 994. So you're a fairly old account. Sonny, it looks like, are you a spender? Am I correct that you're a bit of a spender? And like, do you spend on KvK tech? So you see that the Zug Richard dies as well. You know, it dies slowly, but it does die eventually. And I basically like it more than using something like Richard YSG because it just kills a lot faster. The Richard YSG will stay alive forever because my infantry gear is good enough to keep it alive forever. So the infantry gear is so much better than my archer gear that the Richard YSG with inf gear will stay alive, whereas the Zug does not. But I just prefer marches that kill things way faster than a march that stays out forever but kills things very slow. Only on KvK tech. Yes, Sonny, you can message me. You're welcome to message me. You can see that I'm in Lost Kingdom 811861, and I'm the R5 of N70D. So you could definitely message me, and we can open up discussions about you migrating here. It's not a no. It's definitely not a no. So yeah, just send me a message in game, and I'll get a little more info from you, and put your name forward. I also have one other player that I need to put forward. Lucas, welcome to the stream. What is the best cavalry march? Lucas, I would say that the best cavalry march is still Nevsky Joan. There's a new Cav commander coming in the game soon, Q Bing, and he looks very strong. He looks basically equal to Nevsky, but I'm thinking Nevsky is a bit more versatile. But it will also depend on your style as a player, right? In the open field, Q Bing does have the ability to quote-unquote own people a bit better than Nevsky does, because of the fact that he has a very powerful slow on him. And I want to say he has 5% more march speed than Nevsky, but let me check that. Oh, he has less march speed, actually. Nevsky gets more march speed. Nevsky gets 20% march speed. Okay. I forgot that Nevsky got 20% march speed. That's crazy. But yeah, Q Bing has like massive burst damage potential with all the skill damage he does. He has that very powerful slow, and then Q Bing also has the ability to, heal himself as he's killing marches. So there's some skill where you could just target, you could be in an open field fight and you could potentially see a bunch of low health marches. You could target one of those low health marches, be part of the kill on that one, then switch to another very low health march, be part of the kill on that one, and you could chain some heals, which would be really, you know, it's not super helpful, but it does help. But if you can get some steady healing going on during an open field fight, and people are not targeting you, it's actually pretty sick. Sonny says, our kingdom is dead now, CC'd, and our king doesn't even show up in war and stuff. We are only 10 people during war. Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. Nick says, Sonny, I'm in a similar kingdom. It is rough to open field. Yeah, Sonny, definitely message me. Definitely message me. I'm not sure that your stats will cut it, but they might. They might. It'll probably depend a bit on your gear and your commanders and things like that. Algebra says, reminds me of my last kingdom. Mr. George says, won't that give a lot of sev wounds like Richard? The healing. Oh, yes, that's a good question, Mr. George. So the basic deal is that if you're not being targeted, then you're not taking sev wounds, right? And so instead of your health gradually dropping due to AoE damage you're taking, as well as counterattack damage you're taking, and the like occasional march that's hitting you for a few seconds. In those situations, what the heal does is that it just keeps your health in the white. Like you just maintain white health. And that ultimately helps your trades and helps the amount of damage you do. So in that case, the heals are very good. When you are being targeted, when you're being like swarmed, when multiple people are targeting you, when you're getting burst down to 0, then in that case, the healing does hurt you. It does hurt you. I don't know that it hurts you a ton, because if you're getting swarmed down like that, you're dying pretty quick, so you're not getting a ton of heals off. And also, you're not killing any troops, right? Like, you're not killing marches. When you're being swarmed down, you're not killing marches, and therefore you're not getting the heal. The heal comes in more when people are ignoring you. You're getting these kills, these steady kills. You're not taking a lot of damage. And I think in those situations, the heals are very nice. I base that, oh, Algebra, welcome to the stream. Reminds him of his last kingdom as well. Yeah, obviously there's a bunch of sleepy kingdoms out there for sure. A lot of good kingdoms and a lot of sleepy ones. But Mr. George, I base what I'm saying on the fact that I used to use Guan Richard in the field. I'm probably someone who used Guan Richard as an open field march more than almost anyone in the game. I used it for multiple KvKs because I did not have Alex. So I ran Guan Richard quite a bit. And what happens with that march is exactly what you said, right? When it gets targeted, when it gets swarmed, the heals make the trades worse. And so when Guan Richard was targeted, the trades were really bad. But in a lot of fights, because my Cav marches would swing forward, and the Cav marches are juicier targets than a Guan, there were a lot of fights where the Guan Richard would be ignored. And in those fights, all my other marches would go down to yellow health or red health, and my Guan Richard would be out there after 2 or 3 minutes of fighting, still at white health. And that was pretty awesome. That was pretty freaking awesome. So I think it is possible to do something similar with Hu Kuo Bing. I think there will be certain types of players for whom Hu is a better commander. I think people who use the PC to control their marches. I think people who right-click to control their marches. And I think people who use dot mode to control their marches will do very well with Hu Kuo Bing, because we'll keep him out of trouble. We'll do that sort of we'll get some of those kills, right? Our health will stay high, we'll get some of those kills, and the heals will keep us sustained. Can you check which of your commanders has gotten the most kills? It's Nevsky. It's Nevsky. It's Nevsky. It's definitely Nevsky. He's got 46.8. My Guan has 33. The William's up there, I think. The William is 36. XY is 36, yeah. I think the Scipio has like... Oh, 23, okay. Yeah, so it's the Nevsky. The Nevsky has the most kills. Don't forget to claim rewards. What rewards? Oh, this? Or what is it? This right here? Yeah, yeah. This is like nothing though, unfortunately. Unfortunately, all these extra Pyrus coins I'm just getting absolutely nothing for it. Lucas says, I only need the Cav March for open field, so should I make new Cav plus Nevsky or new Cav plus Joan or Nevsky Joan? Lucas, at this point, I would save your heads and wait until Cubing comes out and we do some testing. But if you had to decide today, I would build Nevsky Joan. And if not Nevsky Joan, then I would build a Hugh Cubing Joan. Algebra, welcome to Officer Chat. Glad to have you. Appreciate your consistent support. Algebra is gave the first ever donation to my channel a few months ago. So, welcome to Officer Chat. Glad to have you. And that is awesome. I think we're up to about 15 members now, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, Lucas, if you had to build today, I would build Nevsky Joan. Second choice would be new commander plus Joan. But I would wait and see. I think that the big question is who's better, Huck Bing or Nevsky. That's the big question. But ultimately, a lot of people have already built Nevsky, and in that case, I would not build Cubing. I would build Joan to pair with the Nevsky. Kaiken says, healing really hurts when you're garrisoning it and you're weaker, or when you're using Richard to fight. Richard doesn't have any skill damage and only uses normal attack and counterattack. Nick, I actually meant when fighting open field. I did use Guan Richard in the open field. Yeah, healing hurts as a garrison. Although it's not horrible, obviously. Like, Xeno has healing, and Xeno's was the best garrison in the game for a long time. The healing really only matters when you're getting a bad trade, you know? That's the main thing. Healing matters when you're getting a bad trade. Iman says, do you think Zoog and Ramses are a good pair? Well, I guess Ramses gives some of the things that Zoog needs. Ramses gives march speed. Ramses is tanky in some other way that I'm blanking on now. They take less skill damage. Oh, it's conditional march speed, actually. I didn't realize. I forgot about that. I mean, it's okay. I think it's okay. I think putting Zoog primary is... I forgot that I had this skill. I'm gonna be honest. I completely forgot that I had this skill. I guess I can use this now. Damn. Cracking on a Diet says Nevsky is just perfect. Yeah, Nevsky's holding up. Nevsky saw all of our clickbait thumbnails and video titles about Q Bing, and Nevsky was like, "Hold my beer." I just straight up called Q Bing an open field god. Nevsky was not happy about it and just beat the crap out of Q Bing 24 hours later in a bunch of simulated duels. Oh, Mr. George saying collect rewards. Gotcha. Yeah. What is this? What is the best secondary leader with Alexander Nevsky? Batter soon. The best secondary with Nevsky is Joan. Joan of Arc Prime. Algebra says they need to re-release the relics for Season 2, Season 3 commanders. It's getting ridiculous. Once Ramses gets museum buff, he might be viable. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I think bringing in more museum buffs is fine. Let's do everything we can to make early game players have a smooth transition to Season of Conquest. I think right now we're at a point where we just need to be as friendly to new players as we possibly can. I think the old school players, we're just in a good place with our accounts. I mean, it's whatever. We're fine. We don't need a bunch of benefits. We don't need any advantages over old or newer players. Let's just do everything we can to help the new player experience. Kaken says, are the new commander release timings a good thing, or do we need longer wait times? You know, I have two opinions on that. You know, I just got done saying let's be friendly to the newer players. I think the frequent commander releases are not new player friendly because they still have to build the old SOC commanders. You know, they still have to build Nevsky and Scipio and Zug and Boudica and Joan. So they don't have extra sculptures like some of us have. You know, like the Cav player Shiv in our kingdom is sitting on 1,500 gold heads at the moment. So Shiv can just immediately max any new Cav commander that comes out. So I think frequent commander releases are bad for new players. However, I think the commander meta has gotten a bit stale, where everyone builds the exact same thing. We all build Nevsky, we all build Scipio, we build Boudica, we build the same marches, we build the same 3 marches. We build Nevsky Joan, we build Boudica Zug, and we build Guan Scipio. Everyone builds the exact same marches. And so I think if we add more commanders at the current tier level, which it doesn't look like Q Bing is a higher tier level, and I feel like Zug is not really a higher tier level than Nevsky, Joan, Boudica, etc. Maybe Zug's slightly, like maybe Zug is at the top of the tier, but he's not a new tier. So if we just keep adding a lot of commanders at the current tier level, it will make the meta more interesting because people won't be able to build them all, and people will be starting to debate like which combos are best. You know, people will debate, do you build Nevsky first or do you build Q Bing first? Do you stick with Zug YSG or do you build that Boudica to make the Zug better? We'll start to have some differences in what people build if we bring commanders out more frequently. And I think that will be interesting. We need that. We definitely need that because everyone builds the exact same stuff. 1K subs, let's go. Yes. Everyone, if you haven't subbed yet, please sub to the channel. I'm on that road to 1,000 subs. I'm out here triple chaining barbs, building back my speed ups. putting in the hours of gaming and streaming. And so if you can, please help me get to those 1,000 subs. And Mikey, welcome to the stream. We're here. Can we pull this guy ever? One time? Yeah, we got it. Cool. Nick says, I feel like revamping old commanders' skills would be more free-to-play friendly and more fun than releasing so many new commanders. Yeah, there would be some. I mean, the thing is, Nick, like, yeah, sure, there would be some debate about how you integrate the old commanders. I mean, I think there's still debate about what's a better march, right? XY Mechmed or XY Minamoto. Is Minamoto worth using in rallies? You know, there's some interesting conversations around the museum commanders, but at the end of the day, the museum commanders are never going to be better than the last 10 or so commanders that have been released. So I don't know that museum buffs necessarily make the meta all that much more interesting. I think more commanders at the current power level that do different things, I think that's what would make I think that is what would make the meta more interesting. You know, like Hera makes the meta more interesting. Some people just throw Hera in everything. Some people will throw Hera in a pass. But there are some interesting choices about, do you run a Jan Hera in a pass, or do you run a Jan Jadwiga in a pass? Do you run Flav Scipio in a pass, or do you run Flav Hera in a pass? Personally, I would run the non-Hera combinations, but there's a lot of people out there who are putting Heras in pass garrisons. And so Hera is just an interesting commander. He's not more powerful than previous commanders, but he's different. He does something different. And so then that makes the questions around how to use him interesting. And people can make mistakes, or people can make good plays. Lucas says, what do you think of the idea that I'll make Nevsky or Joan and pair the one I choose with Ethel and fight with that until New Cavs comes out, and then I'll see if I should invest in him or not. Nevsky or Joan and pair the one I choose with either Ethel. Well, Lucas, I mean, we think the new Cav might come out next week. And so if the new Cav is coming out really soon, you know, within the next 10 days, then I think you should just wait. I don't think you would go wrong with building. I don't think you would go wrong with building Joan at this point, because Joan is going to be an amazing secondary to either Nevsky or QQ Bing. So like I could see you building Joan right off the bat, I guess, because like Nevsky Ethel is basically the same as Nevsky Ethel is basically the same as Joan Ethel, I would say. So I mean, if you're in a mad hurry, I guess you could build Joan and then wait to see who you make the primary to Joan. But I literally think this new Cav is going to be out next week probably, and so in that case, let's just wait and see. Sonny says, I am at 1150 days. My power is almost near 76 million. It was showing 66 million because my hospital is full. Plus I got my dead back. Half back this KvK. I got 35 million kills and 1.8 million troops dead. Okay, yeah, Sonny, those are very good stats. Yeah, those are definitely good stats. I mean, that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for at least, the 1.8 million deads is solid on a main, and 35 million kills. You got that achievement. That's great. That's great. Yeah, we basically just want to recruit more and more people who can get 30 million kills every KvK. Because our rallies and our garrisons are pretty well sorted at this point. It's always nice to get more. It would always be nice to get a really powerful player in here. but we're really just looking for open field soldiers to round out the team. It says, "Oh man, I'm so sorry. I thought I'm typing in the YouTube search box." That's fine. I thought you were just speaking in a different language, and I just kind of glossed right over it. Video games, welcome to the stream. 30 million is my goal. This KvK will be the first time I ever do it. Since I usually get 30 million kills after 48 hours. 48 hours when the pass opens. Well, you're a beast then, KVK. You're a beast. I mean, I agree. It's not like an amazing, it's not super hard to do. And we definitely had a ton of people do it this KvK. But actually less than normal kind of, some people that usually get 30 million kills didn't get 30 million this time because we were fighting such huge whales. But yeah, it's not an amazing accomplishment, but I think it's like a very good just measuring stick, you know? If someone can get 30 million kills, I think generally most kingdoms in the game want them. Yeah, Iman, I will check your city here in a second. Let me just make sure I'm doing what I need to do chain-wise, yeah. Smacky, tomorrow finally pass opening after 6 weeks of off-season. Nice, Smacky. Are you in one of the Niles, Smacky? Because I know some of those are gonna have some fighting tomorrow. So Amanzari is in 1541. 565 602. And he's played around 1300 days. Oh, HA again, okay. How about me, a filler for rallies and garrisons? Yeah, George, I think you know, obviously a lot of kingdoms want fillers and would be happy to have a filler. I think at this point we are looking for someone who does more than just fills, right? Because at the end of the day, farms can fill. We can fill stuff with farms. We want active open field. We want active main accounts that are actively fighting in the open field. Okay, so you're a Nude. This is definitely an alliance that I've heard of before. Nude's in 1541 at this point. I don't know if you've moved kingdoms or what, but I've definitely heard of Nude. And here is Iman Zain. 100 million power is very high. Kill points are a little bit low. Deads are okay. Your highest power is 123. So I'm starting to get the context of how you have really good armaments, Iman. It's okay. I mean, your account's okay, but I think you could do more with this account, Iman. If I'm being completely fair, I think you could do a little bit more with this account. You've got those amazing armaments. And, you know, your kingdom is probably kind of decent. You've got 1 star at least. So I think you could do a little bit more with your account. When did you get this star? A while ago. It's been a while. Oh, no, wait. I thought you were CC Red, right? Or no, CC... I feel like CC Red is someone who's been in the channel. Anyway, there's Aman. Smacky says I played Osiris League against Nude, won 44k to 19k. Alright, that reminds me, Smacky, that I'm gonna go over the I will go over the Osiris League betting at this point. And I think what I will do is I will just do it. I'm gonna do it real stream of consciousness with you all here, and then maybe I will make a video later. Let me just see here. I can't remember when I started streaming. Oh, so I've been streaming over 2 hours. Okay. Cool, cool. All right, let's go over these Osiris League bets here. Let's go over these Osiris League bets. Let's check the shop. What do we have in the shop this year? Looks like it's probably the same. Looks like it's the same freaking shop. Never changes. right, so like generally you can buy out the shop. Yeah, basically people always buy out the shop. But there's usually a cosmetic. There's usually a cosmetic you can get with these, whatever these are. Whatever you call these coins. Oryx? Alright. So I'm just going to go through... I am just going to go through all these matches. And I'm just going to write down any of them that seem good. Here, let me, I'm going to close the chat here for a minute so you can see my notepad. All right, so let's just go through these. We'll do Realm of Horus and we'll do Realm of Anubis. Because you do want to do well in the first week of Osiris League. There's usually a lot of very good... there's usually a lot of like good bets in the first week because people don't know what's going on. All right, LN53 against the team that beat us. 1753 beat us in the last round. They were good. They were a strong Korean alliance, but they're heavily in favor versus this Chinese group from 1393 who beat IKM. All right, so this one looks a little bit off to me. I'm gonna be honest. A five-star kingdom with more power, being a pretty significant underdog. I would say LN3 could maybe merit a small bet. I think we could maybe go small on LN93, right? Kevin Torres, thank you for the subscription. Altarf, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the community. All right, so then we have JST versus Elk. No, I don't want to touch that one. V648, we beat their second alliance, and their second alliance was honestly like pretty good. They were pretty strong. So 648 against 1709. I don't know anything about 1709. This could maybe be small. This will be just kind of like a, if you wanted the action, you could maybe bet small on V648. Like, I'm saying this is very small. Then we've got 93 against Scoundrels. I wouldn't touch this bet. I just don't know anything about the status of 93L because they're just getting out of KvK. Don't know anything about 1797. We'll move on. Smacky says 1393 is strong. We had them against us last KvK. So where was 1393? That was Elk? Or that was... Oh, this is LN93. Okay, interesting. Okay, so this might be a good bet here. This might be a good bet. Smacky, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for the info. All right, so 1419E looks Chinese, and they're against 1301. So 1490E beat FCN pretty well. E301 beat NBA1, which NBA used to be a really good team. I think this looks like a pretty fair bet, right? Looks pretty fair. Now 158 against 79. 79 barely beat the exotic War Dolphins in the last round, so a nice win for 79 here. And then 158 has 7 stars. 7 freaking stars. Holy smokes. That's the most I've seen. 7 stars is literally the most I've seen. They have more power than 1079. I could see a small bet on 158 here. I just think they're very likely to win. Just based on the stars, based on having more power, all that stuff. So I could go small on 1158. Uh, 606 versus 1235. Probably wouldn't touch this one. It's just hard to estimate how much this power advantage would give in a match like this. Okay, so BLN against our allies, 17-18. What do I think of this match? This one's interesting. If I could watch any match, I would watch this one. Eli, welcome to the chat. Eli says 1093 is not getting out of KvK. They're about to enter KvK. Oh, right. You're right. They did just get out of KvK, though. 1093 just got out of KvK. They just beat 1307. And they're doing... They just did their migration, so... Yeah, Eli... And then EV is in the same big KvK as 1606, so... I mean, 1606 is a pretty big advantage here, so I wouldn't really want to... And they also barely beat a con last week. So I don't know, I probably wouldn't bet on 606 there. But then this match here, 1718 is very good. Very, they have to be well organized. They have a lot of whales. They have some troops left. BLN is definitely more fresh than 1718. But who is going to win this match? Wow. But this is a great matchup right here. I would love to watch this one. This is a tough bet with 1718 being a slight underdog. I would probably bet on 1718 here. I would just bet on them having better organization. Just because, like, they're Korean. You know, I don't know. And they're, like, very organized in KvK. Like, very organized. So, I would bet on 1718 here. Small. I mean, it's very small, really. But, I don't know. I would really like to watch this match. I can't imagine this is what the Lilith will choose to show, but this is honestly a great matchup. Alright, so this is the kind of match that we'll probably see on a live stream, right? We'll see PLA against 1093. PLA is 664 was very good in Arc. They were very good. They always did very well in Osiris League. That's how we heard about this alliance. The way you heard about Pankasilla is through Osiris League. And they have a lot more power. A lot freaking more power. And they're only a slight favorite. So, like, again, I would probably bet very small on PLA here. I would just bet small. Small to very small. I think this is small. I think you can justify a small bet here. Look at the power difference. The power difference here is massive. And we know we know that PLA is good at Osiris League. Do I have a bunch more? All right, I need to get through these a bit faster, I think. Oh, let's see. Lucas says, on Saturday, pass 4 open, so I think I should invest in Joan right now, right? I could play Joan 5551 Ethel. It would be my second open field march. Yeah, Lucas, you could do that. You could definitely do that. Although with Joan, you want 5515. If you build Joan, make her 5511, but then the 5th skill, or the 4th skill is better than the 3rd skill. So you actually want to make Joan 5515, ideally. With this, you're getting 10% more health. And the key thing here is you're going from 50% to double cast your active skill to 100%. So that is massive. That's quite massive. Oh yeah, so Eli said the same thing. You want Joan 5515. Nick Potter says 1158 main roster is amazing. Power level is controlled and all the players have very high KP. Interesting. Jonathan says, Eli brought me here from 2523. Much love. Jonathan, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Yeah, shout out to 2523, our former allies. They had our backs. 2523 had our backs when no one else did. Alright, let me get back to the Osiris League here. Where are we? We're at peak. 1306 against 1671. Jonathan, thank you for subscribing. All right, so this one, just looking at it, I guess I would make 1671 a slight favorite. Well, how does it look? They're even. I mean, you could justify a small bet on 1671 just based on power. But yeah, it's whatever. We'll say whatever to that one. All right, so 1484 is a slight fave against the Trash Pandas from 1093. And you can see that the Trash Pandas destroyed OV. Look what happened to OV in the last round. Losing 71,000 to 3,000. Holy crap, what happened to OV? Maybe they're in KvK? I could maybe see a bet on 1093 here. 1404 is not the strongest Imperium Kingdom. 1093 is arguably the strongest Imperium Kingdom. And so if they're a slight underdog here, I could see a small bet on 93p, for sure. Here's the problem, right? We're making all these small bets, but like I know that there's a bet coming that I want to bet everything on. So, all right, so 1v against their opponent. Not a lot to say here. You could take a small bet on 16OT. I actually think that's probably correct. I mean, here's a six-star kingdom, Chinese name. They beat CB in the last round easily. Obviously, 1v is the reigning Osiris League champions, but 1316 has more power. We don't know what 1v is going to be like this year. You can make a small bet on 16OT. That's entirely justified. You don't have to bet much. You can bet very small on an underdog like that, and you can get a very nice payoff if they happen to beat 1v. 1647 versus 1446. Yeah, not a lot to say on this one. Yeah, I think this looks pretty fair. I think 1647 is the stronger kingdom, so it makes sense why they would be favored. A Mimi favored against 1615. I do not know anything about 1615, nor do I really know how well Mimi plays Osiris League. I don't remember how they did in the past. Eli says, OV, we're fighting in Kingsland. Okay, gotcha. Video game says, I'm going Warriors Unbound. I'm going to do Guan Scipio, Boudica YSG, and Nevsky Zug. I feel like I got to use my Jones somewhere, but I don't know where since I can change troop types to Cav. I mean, video games, have you thought about doing Nevsky Joan and doing Boudica Zug and putting YSG on the bench? I feel like I would bench YSG rather than Joan. If you have a max Joan, I would definitely use Joan over YSG. All right, so yeah, I'm not sure about the Mimi bet. I would probably not touch that one. All right, so here we go. This is the thing, right? Here's the issue. This is the bet. This is the bet right here, right? OG against TR, depleted TR. Now they still have players left. I'm sure what's left of TR, you know, the remaining players are, they know what they're doing and everything, right? Mools is the leader. I thought Mools had migrated to 1960. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could have sworn that Mools was part of the group that migrated to 1960 with Redline. Maybe I'm wrong. FA, yes, hello to you. Shout out to 1556, great KvK. Hope you are enjoying Kingsland. Yeah, so to me, you just take the bet on OG. I think you bet like medium to big on OG here. OG is a strong alliance and a strong kingdom, whereas TR is just a shadow of its former self. Like, yes, they have a lot of power, but I think that OG has enough power that they're going to be fielding T5 basically all the time. They might have to heal a bit, you know, more than they'd like, but I think OG can put out pretty steady tier 5 the whole match, where this power advantage is not that big of a deal. And I just think OG is likely to be much more organized and probably have better players on average than TR. And so I would bet pretty medium to big on OG. I guess I'll say medium just because I'm going to spread my bets out, because I kind of like a lot of these bets. But yeah, I think this is the bet of the week. OG over TR. Video Game says, I just feel like Nevsky Zook is going to be so good. Well, I mean, honestly, Video Games, here's the thing, right? What's going to be better, swarming a flag, or what's going to be better, swarming a rally? Zoog is doing a lot of, like, you know, part of Zoog's value is the AoE debuff. Part of Zoog's value is the fact that he does damage to people who attack him. And while the AoE debuff on a rally is good, I just think Nevsky Joan is a better swarming march than Nevsky Zoog. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I could be wrong about that. But I think you have to put a little bit of value on the Nevsky Joan for the swarming ability. Because it's just so convenient. It's like you have this amazing march that you can kind of keep out of trouble because it's fast. And then as soon as it's time to swarm a flag, you have this full health Nevsky Joan march right there, and it does absolute fucking work. Or sorry, I should not have sworn, but there we go. Demonetized. Black Panther, welcome to the stream. Tasty Taco, welcome to the stream. Yes, the road is long, Panther. The road is long, but I think I got a bunch of subs on this stream. Oh man, you guys are doing great. I've gotten 15 subs on this stream. That is awesome. I'm gonna have to talk about the road more often. Can I get this chain? Can I get this chain? I did. All right. No GT. So Tasty Taco, I am recommending to put Eye of Talent on GT, right? But as far as their match, I mean, they're not typically a team that you bet on during these like head-to-head matchups, I don't think. All right, so we've got a bunch of bets from Horus. We have a bunch of bets from Horus. I'll remind you of them after we go through these. I think I'm going to know a little bit less about the teams in Anubis, but let's just go through these. I wouldn't touch the Wib match. They're way too big of a favorite. I mean, this one's interesting. This one is interesting to me. You've got a Chinese Kingdom 2050 against 2268's flagship group. Is 2268 good at Osiris League? Oh, Panthers here. Panthers showed up just as I was going to talk about SV68. I genuinely don't have any idea if 2268 is good at Osiris League. You know, there are different levels of organization out there. I mean, at these odds, you have to bet on 50 CN. At these odds, you have to bet on a Chinese alliance that has decent power against, you know, English-speaking alliance that is a huge favorite. I think you have to bet small on 50 CN here. They're a live dog, as we say in sports betting. They are a live dog. Again, you just have to, you can bet very small. You can bet very small and just get an easy reward, right? This is how you make your money. These are the kind of bets you make your money on. This is how you get rich in Osiris League betting, is you bet on underdogs that have a viable chance to win their match, and only 1 out of, you know, 8 or so of these needs to hit, and you do very well. Panther says, yo, who is 1830? Why are they more popular than MX? I don't know. I have no idea who 1830 is. What the heck? Interesting. So they're more than Wib also, but not. I mean, they're not that much higher than Wib. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna throw mine on 60 GT in a minute here. Panther says, now we trash. Well, everybody says they're a farmer now too. So Nick says, did you guys remember 60 GT purposely lose one OL match at this stage? I do remember that. That's why you don't bet on 60 GT. Panther says we play OL for heads only. We are a KvK KD. Yeah, so Panther's given some good info here. And I think I'm going to, well, yeah, I will definitely recommend the 50 CN bet. Very small. You could even make it a little bit bigger than very small. Video games says so far I have 400 coins on SV68 and G477. Yeah, I don't bet the favorites. I don't bet the favorites very often. I'm an underdog better. Yeah, so I mean, this one looks pretty fair, but I genuinely just don't know anything about these teams. Looks like a couple of Korean teams. There are low key like way more really strong Korean alliances in this game than people realize. We just haven't heard of them, but they're out there and they've, you know, been collecting stars for a while, right? Again, I don't really know these two. I don't know these two teams at all, so I'm just gonna move on. All right, so here's Kenji's team. Kenji's up against 1937. Kenji has a big power advantage. Looks like Kenji won some very close matches to get this far. I kind of remember noting this match. I can't remember if it was an upset or not, but I guess with Bot being this big of a favorite, I would not bet here. Someone called a whistleblower, Panther dropping insider info. Yeah, but he could be counter trading us, Tasty. He could be trying to get people to bet on CN50. So, because he already put all his money on SV68. He's trying to make the odds better. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, 50 CN looks like a pretty good bet here. I'm not gonna lie. Because yeah, like Panther says, a lot of kingdoms are KvK focused, you know, and just don't spend as much time planning out Arc. There's a lot of kingdoms like that. But like the Chinese players are very good at Arc of Osiris, right? Like, I think something that people forget is that in the either the first or the second season of Osiris League, I want to say it was the second season of Osiris League. In the final 8, it was literally 7 Chinese teams. It was 7 Chinese teams plus, I think, White Tigers. And so back in the day, Chinese alliances used to absolutely dominate Arc. And it's just when they opened up the Chinese servers and a lot of those players went to the Chinese server that we started to see less Chinese dominance on the international Osiris League server. All right, so V10, I've heard of them before. Looks Korean. Slightly more power than 1949 Charisma. Slight favorite. Probably wouldn't bet that one. G477 has won Osiris League before. They're big favorites, but they also have way more power. Yeah, I don't know. I think some of this power is excessive, right? If I'm going to use the extra power argument against SV68, I have to also use it against G477. Some of this power just never comes into play in an Osiris League match because the enemy team has all tier 5 and they just heal a bit. So, I mean, you could maybe bet on 7 inches long here. Because they're such a big underdog. But I don't know anything about 7 inches long. And so I probably would just pass on that one. Oh, Planter says, no, I was kidding. Half of our OL team is the old TR top 4 team. Okay, okay. So I'm hopefully we'll win this game. Yeah, so I would just recommend, so Panther's saying that half their OL team is from the old TR team. So like obviously like we do know that TR has lost a lot of players. And so again, I would just put some real good money on OG to beat TR. All right, let me get through the rest of these, see if there's any other bets. So we've got 1830. Somebody mentioned 1830. Oh, Panther was asking about 1830. They must be in your group, I guess. Okay, so 1830 was the team that's getting a bunch of bets, right? They're getting a bunch of Eye of the Talent bets. But they're only a small favorite here. against Wano Kuni. So, I mean, I could see a small bet on T30 here. You know, assuming this is what you do, right? You just do some basic deductive reasoning, right? When people put Eye of Talent on a when people put their Eye of Talents on somebody, it is often the case that they know something, right? They're not betting on something they know a little bit about. They're betting on what they know a lot about. Like, you don't bet on 1830 unless you actually know something about this team, right? So there's probably some accuracy to the fact that they're a strong team. And so then you see that they're just a slight favorite in W849. And so you can justify putting a small bet on T30. Here's 875 against 1921. Chinese alliance against 1875. They have a power advantage. Both teams have easily won their early matches. They're a pretty big favorite, though. I mean, I think you could bet small on 1921 here, just assuming that they have significantly better organization. I mean, let's not forget that Osiris League is a skill game, right? Like, let's really remember that Osiris League is a skill game, especially the new Arc format with the new skills. There's a ton of skill in Arc. It's not about power. It's about who is more organized and who has better players. And I think we could just bet on some random Chinese kingdom that we've never heard of having better organization than 1875. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? All right, so then we've got CPLW. They've been in Osiris League a number of times against 2230. You're seeing CPLW get a bit of respect here. You know, I didn't make note of the fact that we can see how many people bet on it. So, like, the ones that are down here have less volume, and therefore their odds can move more in the future. We are seeing that CPL is getting a bit of respect, even though they have less power. I would probably just not touch that one. Here's 60MX against 1875's number 2 alliance. Yeah, I mean, again, I would not touch this one here, I don't think. And now we're getting into some games where very few people have bet. Yeah, Tasty Taco, I'm always suspicious. I'm always suspicious. We were getting some counterintelligence. Nick says Bulba's website has all old OL matches recorded of most of those teams to see how they play, but it's outdated. Wait until an hour before betting finishes to see how much the betting odds changes. Yeah, Nick, I usually wait till kind of the last minute, but I think I'm going to do a video this week, so I'll probably bet before then. I'll probably bet while I do the video. But yeah, the best thing to do is wait till the end. So yeah, I'm kind of just zipping through these last few here. Don't think I'm going to do anything down here. We've got a lot of bets. I mean, Kingdom 2000 versus Kingdom 2061. Kingdom 2061 has 4 stars. They have the same amount of power. Is 2000 good at Osiris League? I can't really remember. I feel like Kingdom 2000 was... I want to say they've been okay in Osiris League in the past. I mean, they barely won in the semifinals. They barely won in the semifinals. But then... And then, okay, so this is interesting. So this is interesting, actually. 61BG just beat 1818. Alright, so if you all are forgetting, 1818 is who we just beat in KvK. Right? 1818 is Cigar King's alliance. So these guys are good. These guys are huge whales. Very successful kingdom. Good players. Vietnam traditionally has some good Osiris League teams. So I think we can look here at 61 BG and take note that 61 BG beat 1818 last week. And I mean, are you really going to tell me that Kingdom 2000 can beat 1818 in an Osiris League match? I don't know. That seems like a stretch to me. That seems like a stretch to me, that 2000 would beat 1818. And 61 BG is the underdog here. So I would definitely recommend a bet on 61 BG. So then this last game here, 2026 against 2377. 2026 has the power advantage and the star advantage, and they're a slight favorite. So that looks fine. That looks fine. So here's what I'm recommending. Okay, so let's say I had 1,000. Let's say I had 1,000 coins. How would I actually distribute these? All right, I would go. I put 10 coins on LN93. I would put 10 on LN93, 5 on V648. This is not gonna work, unfortunately. I'm gonna run out for sure. I'm 100% gonna run out. Yeah, because I want to bet like 40% on OG. How much is this? 15, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50, 55, 65, 75. So I would be able to get 25 on OG at this ratio. I could probably get rid of a few of these bets. Like I could probably remove the bet on at 17-18. 17-18 is not like a serious bet. I could remove that one. That would get OG up to 30. What about some of these other ones? 158 I like 158. I like the PLA bet. I think the PLA bet's pretty... I mean, do we really want to bet against 93T here? I mean, is this power accurate? That's my question. Or is their migration done and then their power... Like, is this power based on them, like, having their hospitals filled and them not getting their troops back from KvK? But now at this point, their hospitals are empty and they got their hospital emptied? Maybe betting on PLA is a mistake here. I could make this 5. I can make this 5 and make OG 35. I think this is pretty reasonable. I think this is pretty reasonable right here for bets. You get a lot of action. So no matter what games get live streamed, you can probably have action on one of those games. And you get a lot of good teams. So yeah, there you go. That's the Osiris League bets. Like I said, I'm going to bet IF talent on 960 GT. I don't think you can go wrong betting on 960 GT here. There we go. Nick says 2K is mainly Osiris League focused and usually gets to the semis. Okay, thanks, Nick. I appreciate that. Yeah, I remember that. I do kind of vaguely remember that 2K has been a good OL team. Panther says, I bet against 1V. I'm telling you guys 316 got this. I think I did also, right? I think I bet against 1V. Yep. I bet against 1V also. I bet on 16 OT. Yep. Nick says PLA is just 1V second alliance for their OL team because they couldn't fit in everyone. Oh, so did they combine teams? Did PLA and 1V combine for OL? Interesting. Nick Potter says, I feel like 2489 is a safe bet too in their realm. It's a good point, Nick Potter. It's a good point. What kind of competition does 2489 have here? What competition do they have? Interesting that FCK is getting some votes. FCK is kind of like as I've said before, FCK is the template for how to play as a kingdom going into SOC, which is find good allies and play a support role to those allies, and be very active. Yeah, so 2489. Who do they have? Holy smokes! Do they have 2605? Okay, so they have 2605. I mean, maybe, but SW has never really been that good in Osiris League. And I know that FA is pretty serious about Osiris League, and part of the reason they migrated to this kingdom is so they could maybe win Osiris League. Yeah, I think that's a great point about 2489. You could almost do half your bets on 960 and half your bets on 2489, and I think you'd be in very good shape. The only question I have that's out there, and it seems like some of the people in the chat are like very knowledgeable about Osiris League. I know that Bulba at one point was talking about how 1021 Blackjack's team migrated to another kingdom. Do we know what kingdom Blackjack migrated to? Because I think what happened is they joined another team and they sort of like merged with another team. And Bulba was saying that new team is going to be super, super good. Do we know what team that is? I don't think it was... That's 89 CG? Oh, it is? Oh, they joined 2489? I think some went to 1846 or 1034, 2489. Okay, okay. As long as it's not anywhere else, then... Look, so 2489 has 4 teams. That's... Oh my gosh. 2489 has 4 teams. That's crazy. That's sick. That is sick. But it looks like they went pretty top heavy in CG. Yeah, so I'll probably put half my victory coins, half of my mark of the champions on 2489. Just to smooth out the variance a little bit. Just to smooth out the variance. But you can't go wrong with 960 GT, man. You just cannot go wrong with these guys. They just keep getting stronger and they never lose. They never lose. They've, never lost to KvK, and they've not lost in Osiris League until the grand finals. So you just can't go wrong with 960. We're up to 37 likes. That is fantastic. This has turned into a very productive stream. Hopefully you all are going to benefit from the research we did on Osiris League. I feel pretty good about these bets. I think there's some good deductive reasoning in this, and there's some good just knowing the game pretty well and knowing what the scene is like. So yeah, so that's good. Lots of subs, up to 41 likes. Awesome. The word is getting out there. And, you know, I could keep chaining, but I think what I'm just going to do is I am going to check in on the big KvK that's going on. If you don't know about it, I will show you, and we'll see what the action is looking like at the moment. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for Zug, right? No. Oh yeah, I'm an idiot. I have what I want. All right. Yeah, so let's just look in on this 2100 KvK. Let's just take a look at this 2100 KvK. All right, so I'm pretty sure I know what the allies are, right? I'm pretty sure I was looking at the map yesterday and I came up with the only allies that made sense, which is that 2100 in fire is allied with this middle kingdom here, 1780. And then they're allied down here with 1694 and 2338. I think it's these three. Because this kingdom here in the Wind Kingdom, 1507 and 2488, they won both of the Zone 5s. So these guys are like a Korean kingdom. 1507 is like a accomplished Korean kingdom, as is 1437. Video game says I fought 2488 last KvK. Yeah, there's like a bunch of strong yeah, so 2488 is part of this this top kingdom here. And they won both ways here. But 2100 won this Zone 5 against 1228. And so now what is happening is that these guys, 2100 side has Foxton under control. The Korean side has San Pedro under control. And then the Korean side also has this zone here for now, or 1228 and the 1478 kingdom. They have Zone 5 of Norrisford, but 2100 side is winning this pass war, and they are trying to gradually break in. So you can see that the exotic war dolphins are burning over here. Tasty Taco says the 1846 KvK seems like a good one. Oh, I hadn't heard about 1846 matchup yet. Video game says my last two KvKs have been rough. 2377 and 1 KvK, then 2488. Both bad losses. Yeah, those are a couple of very tough matchups right there for sure. So yeah, so you can see that 2100's allies are burning over here. They're not burning everywhere. They're not burning this fort here. This is the main fort. So part of what happened at this pass here is that it's mostly this kingdom over here, I think, that's what did happen here? Okay, yeah, this kingdom here, 44. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's going on, but anyway, this fort's not getting burnt. The other forts are getting burnt. They're winning over here. 2100's allies are winning over here, and then there's also a fight over here, right? So they're trying to break in on both sides. And this is 1228 against 2100. And so this is the situation. The main OM28 fort has not burnt much. They burnt it recently, but it was like the last one to burn. So this fort's being defended quite well. And also, like, the thing about this fort here is, like, it's kind of amazing. It's like an amazing fort. Like, it blocks this whole side over here. It just, this one fort blocks this whole side. So that's pretty good. But the issue is these other forts. This fort here in the middle, I'm kind of surprised it has as much health as it does. I don't know what happened overnight. Did 1228 side heal this thing overnight? And is that why it has only burnt 40k? Because this fort is impossible to defend if you don't have the open field. You simply cannot defend it. And then this fort just started burning because 1228 had another fort sort of around like where the city was. And so for the first day, this fort burnt down. And now they've gotten to this IF-28 fort, which again is a very hard fort to defend if you do not have the open field. Oh, Tasty Taco, that's right. It's 2605 and TR, right? It's 2605 and 1254. I didn't realize 1846 was in there also. Oh, they're not in there yet. Let me take a look. I'll try to look on Facebook for that matchup. And I'll show you guys what's happening here. So yeah, I mean, like right now 1228 is, well, I mean, these are burning, like these forts are burning, so like 2100 has no reason to push over here. Obviously they are pushing over here. They've got the Nevsky Henry rally going now against what I assume is a Flavius. What is this? Yeah, I was looking at this earlier. Is this a Hera? It's a Hera secondary? Is that what we're seeing? Yeah, it's a Hera secondary. Okay, so they have the Flav Hera in here. I feel like Jan Flavius would be better here in this situation. But it is what it is. Flav Hera. And let me see if I can find that matchup that Tasty Taco's talking about on Facebook. Yeah, I keep seeing this happen as well, where like they switch to a YSS primary. I assume they're swapping. They're swapping. You know, they're refreshing the main. You know, the main garrison captain. But yeah, this YSS has been in here a fair bit also. You can see the trade is a little bit on the advantage of 2100. And let me see. Does anybody know if there's a Facebook group that... Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay. All right, so here's the matchup of the new Warriors Unbound. 1846, Earth Camp, and 2605. Okay, and 2605. All right. So 2605 will go up against 1254 immediately. And then Mimi will fight against 1846. And then Song is in this one too. So this one's pretty interesting. Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I mean, right off the bat, I would say that the top has the advantage. Like, 1846 is almost certainly stronger than 1175. And I would bet on 2605 beating 1254. I mean, you could argue, you can certainly argue that the top side has the two best kingdoms in this KvK. So I would definitely say top has the advantage, but I can understand why they structured it this way. Because yeah, you can see that, like, I mean, I don't know, I guess what I'm trying to say is that the way they did allies in this particular Warriors Unbound, I'll refresh your memory on this, right? Where it's like, it's basically the top two kingdoms here, the top two camps here, with this camp in the corner, with water camp in the corner. And this was actually a really good distribution, because even though 2100 is kind of the favorite to win this, they're actually in a situation where they have to break into this zone. Like, the enemies controlled 2 of the 3 zone 6s based on how they did in the opening, and also just based on like where certain kingdoms connected. Like this kingdom here lost, this middle kingdom lost here, but they had free instant access into Norrisford. And so, like, the map itself and the way the allies broke down just kind of made this a more competitive KvK, because the side that's favored to win and the side that is likely to win are now in a situation where they actually have to invade a zone and get through a bunch of forts. So I don't draw any conclusion from that other than Warriors Unbound is kind of a weird map. It's cool, it's a cool map, but it's not a symmetrical map. And you know, once again, we're going to see a Warriors Unbound that is decided before Kingsland. I would predict that this Warriors Unbound will be decided in this Zone 6 as the favored team tries to break in. Dark Gamer, welcome to the stream. Nick says, haha, lol, 1846, another start for KvK. Nick says, KvK win has already been decided in my opinion. 1175 is nowhere capable of fighting 1846. Yeah, I think that's probably likely. I think that's probably likely. I mean, 1846 their last KvK was against Song and Peak 1254, or, you know, 1254 in a very good form. Whereas 1175's last KvK was against Boom from 1484, right? So, like, they're coming off very different competition levels. And, yeah. Although, the one thing I'll take issue with, Nick, is you say it's another star for 1846, but 1846 actually hasn't gotten... Well, who got the star in the last one? Who got the star in the last strife? Was it 1365? I assume it was 1365 they got the star. So if that's the case, then 1846 actually has not gotten a star in a very long time. They got a star in Nile, but before that Nile star, they had not gotten a star since 2021. Natsu, welcome to the stream. Tasty Taco says, if it makes a difference, Earth Camp has only the KvK of the bottom mid. Yeah, Taco, I did kind of notice that, like, the middle camp with 1302 is likely stronger than the two Earth Camp kingdoms that I had not heard of. So I mean, that helps. It definitely helps. Because I mean, what's going to happen is also it's going to be interesting. It'll be interesting if 1254 even goes. It'll be interesting if 1254 even goes up against 2605. Or if they choose to fight Song here, right? I could totally see why they would choose to fight Song. Oh wait, they're allies with Song. I'm tripping. I'm sorry, I'm tripping. Yeah, so... I should know this map better, but let me look at this. So let's say, so Song is going to start here. Song will get free entrance into Veronica. And then Song will be able to get into this. Wait, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Here's Song's start zone. They'll go into Lime Hill. And then, so Song will be able to take this level 6 pass, right? So Song and 1254 can potentially team up against 2605 in this right side zone 6. So it'll be interesting to see if 1254 even fights in the zone 5 or if they wait to fight them 2v2 in zone 6. So I think the fight on this side could be interesting. And then on this side, essentially 1846 is going to try to break in to the same zone that we're watching people break into now. And, you know, two enemies will be available to stop them. So this is going to, you know, in the 1846 KvK, this is going to be what it looks like at the zone 6 passes. Mimi is going to be here on the inside, and 1846 is going to be on the outside. And then maybe in green here, you might have Song, but Song also might decide to go over here and fight in San Pedro against 2605. So we could have some interesting fights. I think we're all in agreement that the North is favored to win, but we could have some interesting fights nevertheless, which I think is what we're seeing is good about Warriors Unbound, right? You know, at the end of the day, you have to, if you really want to take over the map quickly, you have to invade the enemy zone, and the enemy can set up some forts. They can stall you at the pass for some amount of time. They can drain you to some extent as you rally their forts. And so the KvK lasts a bit longer, even when it's somewhat clear who's going to eventually win. Nick says 1846 got the star for Orleans. Okay, interesting. I didn't realize that. That's cool. That's cool. That's interesting. Thanks for all the info, Nick. Really nice to have a very well-informed person in the chat like you. Lucas, next stream is probably going to be Friday evening. I usually stream Friday at about 0 UTC, or at I usually stream Saturday at like 0:05 UTC, so like slightly after day change. That'll be my next stream. Video Game says, aren't the strongest camps placed in a certain zone on this map so they fight first or something? Yeah, Video Games, I think the top 2 camps are put on the left, right? So the strongest camps are Flame and Light. And that's not a great situation because, I mean, ultimately this zone is an okay fight. The one issue with it is that whoever gets through the level 4 passes first can then immediately drop forts at the enemies. Actually, I don't think it's not symmetrical, right? I think that if 2100 got their level 4 pass done first and they dropped forts here, that 1228 would have been able to reach those forts in time. But if 1228 got their level 4 pass first, they could have dropped forts at this level 6 pass, and it's just not possible to reach that in time. And so that's just kind of a janky dynamic that's happens in this zone, where the top 2 kingdoms fight each other. But I guess it's not the worst zone in the history of the game to have a big fight in. Mappa, welcome to the stream. Pitbull, welcome to the stream. I am not a whale, Pitbull. I'm chaining barbs. I mean, I've taken a break here to watch this KvK, where we actually see what is happening here. Oh, they're just rallying, but they have no field, basically. I'm not a whale because I'm chaining barbs. I have an entire stream dedicated to chaining barbs. You can see my 3 barb chaining marches out in the field, waiting for their next orders. Whales just buy speed ups. I grind for them. Video Game says, I heard it takes 2 to 3 hours to build across the entire zone to meet the other side. Does it? I mean, that's not that. Yeah, I mean, some zones are like that, right? I mean, in Orleans, you don't touch the enemy. You don't touch the far off enemy for a couple hours also. Nick says 302 has huge downtime. That's true. So these forts are just burning, I guess. Well, what I really want to see is I want to see this thing get extinguished. To see what would happen to this fort defense. But you can see that Ohm is defending their fort pretty well. Like, we're well over a day into this KvK. I think we're probably, I don't remember exactly when the pass is open, but I want to say we're like over 28 hours into this KvK. So they're doing pretty good defending this fort, in all honesty. And it's kind of amazing that this fort has not lost that much health either. Pipple says you're a whale slayer or a shark slayer. I am a whale slayer. I slayed some whales this KvK. I slayed some whales. I took double rallies like it was no big deal. I took double rallies like it was absolutely no big deal. See, I would say I'm a whale slayer. Yeah, but the camp next to you in Orleans is like 4 flags away. Yeah, that's true. Make sure you do sunset before reset. Thank you, I will. Yeah. I've just been waiting because all my gear is on these other marches, right? Like my best gear is on double C. Kraken Brian. Listen, if I get I'm at 15 members now, right? If I 100x that and get to 1500 members, then you will see Kraken Brian. Until then, I am but a humble YouTuber trying to pay for my bundles with hours of content. $12.28 forming their ball up right now. They might be thinking about an extinguish. If I was 12.28, I would literally just attack in right now. This ball is asking to be destroyed. This ball is quite literally asking to be destroyed right now. They basically have a sign on their heads saying, "Murk me." Alpha Omega, I feel like we've played with this person before. Wasn't he the leader of a kingdom? Wasn't Alpha Omega the leader of a kingdom we played in Warriors Unbound? Maybe it's a different Alpha Omega. Nick says, since we get more items from winning, have you seen players with only one march in defense and canyon, so you rank just challenge and win easily, since your rank will be down? Oh yeah, Nick, I do that. I do that in canyon. I do that in canyon. So, I mean, I'm ranked 212th right now. I should have no trouble winning all my Sunset Canyon matches today. Yep. No sense going through the hassle of trying to win tough fights in Canyon. Just get the easy wins and move on with your life. Cheater. Yeah. Hey, you know. I'm just trying to automate as many things as I can, you know. Shout out to Queen of Hales, also King Poppy Hale. Long time leaders in 1228. If you've watched Shinshi streams for a very long time, then you can remember King Poppy Hale being on Shinshi's voice chat from time to time. Interesting character, I would say. Mappa's over here struggling to beat Ben's class. Yeah, I'm retired. I'm retired from trying to beat people in Sunset Canyon. Lambo, welcome to the stream. Looking good with those Brian emotes. Hope you're doing well, and looking forward to your stream later, Lambo. For those who don't know, Lambo is also a Rise of Kingdoms YouTuber. He does really good live streams, several afternoons during the week. And just as importantly, Lambo is Lambo is, you know, a really good supporter of other small YouTube creators. He's the first streamer who really reached out to me and supported me. And he's just set like a very, very good tone for us supporting one another and helping one another grow. So shout out to Lambo. There's his stream. Go ahead and throw him a subscribe if you haven't already. And yeah, Lambo, it is nice to sleep again, isn't it? I feel the same way. I feel the exact same way. Yeah. It is nice to fight. It's nice to get the win. But I also enjoy it being over. And Lambo, I really liked your stream the other day. It was I think it was maybe in the morning. And you had you guys had just won. You had like won the KvK the day before. You showed the contribution of everybody in your kingdom. You gave a good recap of the Kingsland fight. That was a really good stream. You gave a very good insight into what the KvK was like, which for me is the best content, right? Just getting realistic, honest, personal recaps of what someone's war was like. Because you don't really get that from just watching like we're watching now, right? We're watching these fights and everything, but we're not really getting the we're not getting the real story, I guess you could say. Lambo I got more KP than MF. He's never gonna live that down. Yeah, the amount of KP that Lambo Alliance got in his KvK was pretty insane, actually. I think Lambo got like 2.4 million KP and MF got 2.4 billion KP and MF got like 2.2 billion KP. And Lambo did something like 11 million deads and MF did like 17 million deads. That's a really tough kingdom to deal with, I have to say. Like, those stats showed how tough Lambo's kingdom is to deal with. Because how do you deal with people taking 11 million deads, 17 million deads? Like, I don't think we even have whales like that. I know we don't have whales like that. Natsu says, I use 5 archer marches in Canyon. You are a true archer main, Natsu. Mikolaj, welcome. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Mikolaj. It's been a good stream. Definitely a really good stream. I had absolutely no expectations for this stream, to be quite honest. I was just going to chain barbs and ramble about a few things, and if the chat was active, then the chat was active. But things just picked up a little bit. We got some good viewership, lots of likes, chat's been active, lots to talk about. So yeah, doing really well. No, that's real whale status for real. Yeah, they were definitely whales. They were whaling out for sure. Level says 1029 had 1.2 billion kills and 115 million deads. Everyone put some good work and 115 million deads. Yeah, that's a good number. Definitely a good number. I guess when you put it like that, it's I should know how many deads we took in this KvK, but I guess that data is still being put together. So I'm not exactly sure how many deads we took. Yeah, that's a good number for 43 main accounts, exactly. Like, I'm sure we did more than that, but we have over 100 people contributing to the dead count in a significant way. Like, well over 100 people. We probably have in this KvK we probably had 110 accounts in our alliance that probably took over 1 million deads, I would guess. Although, Lambo, the one thing I did note about from your stream was that you said you were quite low on speed ups. How many speed ups do you have left? And do you think you can possibly rebuild those speed ups by your next KvK? Low for him is probably a few years. Yeah, I don't know what he means by low. But I mean, that is like one thing that happens, right? Because like in our KvK, we depleted some of 1818's whales. 1818's whales came in with a ton of power. Ton of power. But we depleted some of them. Right? We depleted some of these dudes. You know, Cigar King, he wasn't at 400 million power, but Cigar King was at probably 300 million power when this KvK started, and now he's down to 164. And so a question that exists in these whale kingdoms is, can you rebuild? Or was it a one and done thing? You know, did you build up all that power, use it well, but then you know, people don't want to spend so much that they actually ever get back to that previous level. Who else lost a lot of power here? Maybe Warthog? I mean, where's Arvix here? I'm trying to think about who actually lost like a ton of power. Yeah, I guess none of them lost as much power as I thought. You know what I mean? They all lost like 20 million power. Arvix lost a lot. Arvix lost a healthy amount. That real Arvix, by the way. Oh yeah, it's definitely the real Arvix. Yeah. Video Game says I have like 270 days maybe pre-KvK about to start. Lambo says, I think I started with close to 4,000 days of speed ups and now have 493 days. Holy shit. Holy shit. Damn, that's the... Lambo, that's the biggest drop of speed ups I've ever heard of. I'm sure there have been bigger ones, but that is... So you lost almost 10 years of speed ups. Holy shit. Okay, so Mappa says we had 3 in our alliance. Mappa, is that in the alliance or in the kingdom? Minfook lost a lot. I didn't realize Minfook lost that much. Or I would have checked him. Yeah, so Minfook lost a lot, but obviously he still has a lot left. Leva says, I did get 3rd in Zenith too, so that's a bunch of spent on that. Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, I mean, 493 days is a good amount, right? I mean, I'm at 200, and I'm feeling like I need to rebuild also. I started this KvK with 900 days of speed ups. I ended it with 200. I don't think I can get back all 700 of those days, but I am gonna absolutely try my best to do so. Still no extinguish here. Lambo says Arvix has accounts everywhere. I think he uses them to recruit for 2489. Oh, do you think Arvix's main kingdom is 2489, not 960? Lambo, thank you so much. Lambo with the 5 gifteds. Go ahead and grab those gifted subs. There should be a there should be something maybe in the drop down or something on Lambo's gifted message that allows you to claim a gifted sub. Conqueror, Grapple, the Rain, grabbing those gifted. There's still 2 more out there. Natsu gets the gifted, and Eric gets the gifted. Lambo, thank you so much for those gifted subs. Awesome. We're up to 20 members now. Absolutely fantastic. Loving the growth. Loving all the support. It really means a lot. It really does. You guys are just setting the channel up for the future. Like, the support today just means more content in the future. It means I keep doing this. Just like very, very appreciated, and shout out to Lambo. All right, I think I'm gonna, with all this talk about the speed ups, I think I am gonna get back to chaining here for a minute. Yeah, Nightbot is gonna get fired. Nightbot, I didn't even mean to add Nightbot. I was trying to get a poll set up, but actually, I'm gonna do a poll just to test it. I'm just gonna test the polls. I was gonna do this before I went and watched the KvK, but we'll do it now. Oh, it's just a yes or no? You can only do yes or no? You can only do yes or no? All right, we'll ask a Lambo-related question. Is 500 days of speed-ups enough for a KvK? Yes or no? Is 500 days of speed-ups enough for a KvK? Because that's what Lambo has right now, and I have 200, and I also have a lot of troops I need to rebuild. You know, I'm gonna only get back 1.5. So I might, just might, go into my next KvK with something like 500 to 600 days of speed ups. And is that enough? Is it enough? For only healing, can't use any training at all. Well, that's the thing, you know? I might have to train some troops. I'm gonna get half back. I'll be at like 3.3 million troops. That's not quite enough for a garrison lead like me. So Eric also says just for healing. Video game says enough for the average person. Yes. Rafa says I started with less than that since I migrated not too long ago to 1770. Yeah, so Rafa is a very good data point, because Rafa got a lot of KP in this KvK. He was definitely a top 10 contributor in our alliance. He might have even been much higher than that. He might have been like top Rafa might have been top 5 or 6 in contribution in our alliance, and he's saying he started this KvK with less than 500. Oh, Matt, I'm saying more than 30 million kills. I'm saying more than 30 million kills. I'm just saying, like, that will last for a regular KvK. You know? Like, I'm just, like, seeing what the people in the channel think, right? It's pretty 50-50. More than half the people who voted said that 500 days is not enough. Which I would vote... I would say 500 is enough. It's barely enough. It's barely enough, and you have to be a little bit cautious. But I guess I would say 500 is enough. Because I used 700 in this KvK, but this KvK was harder than normal, and some of that was training. So I probably used like 600 days. But the thing is, I barely had enough. I barely had enough speed ups in this KvK. Muhammad, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I mean, I barely had enough. I'll show you how close I came. I mean, look, I had 190 days going into Kingsland, so I didn't cut it insanely close. But like, okay, so I went into this shop, right? I went into the Sovereign Key shop, and I bought out all of these 3-hour speed ups. I bought all of these 60-minute speed ups. And I honestly had never even realized that this thing was on a timer, a long timer. So I have way more of these coins than I could buy speed ups with. And so literally every time this shop refreshes, I need to buy all the speed ups in it. Because this is like a bunch of days. It's like 100 of these. 100 of these at 8 each is 300 days of speed ups, which is like, it's 12 and a half days. You know, buying out this shop each cycle is 12 and a half days of speed ups. Pretty good. Pretty good. Eric, thank you for the subscription. Looking good in that membership green. Be sure to try out the emojis. And more emojis coming. More emojis coming. Let's see. Video game says troop training comes from chaining. Mapbus says, yeah, I probably used a little more than 600 and I did 40 million kills and used some training. Natsu says my performance was bad this KvK. Will be better. Will be better from September onwards, I hope. Lambo says it depends on your kingdom and your role in your kingdom. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would describe my role as being in every important fight that's happening when I'm awake and not working. And I would hate to sit out a fight or use fewer marches just because I was worried I was going to run out of speed ups. And that's why for me, 500 days is just barely enough. Rafa says, but of course I only used 3 marches. Yeah, exactly. If you have less speed ups, you should just use less marches. You should participate in just as many, I think you should try to participate in just as many important fights, but you should just use fewer marches in each fight. Mappa says, I still have a little more than 1,000, but was running out of wood for sure. And Natsu says, yeah, I just migrated one day before we registered for KvK, I think, so RSS was hard, but should be better next KvK onwards. Yeah, I need to write a motivational alliance mail at some point about farming resources. Because that is the thing we need to probably get a little bit better at, honestly. I think resources was where we were taking a bit of a risk. Kevin, thank you for the subscription. Thank you all for helping me on my road to 1,000. The road. Yeah, a lot of roads. We're walking down a lot of roads these days. We are on the road to 1,000 subs. We are on the road to trying to get about 6 or 7 days of speed ups every day from chaining, if not more, if not 8 or 9. And we are also on the road to buying more transmutation stones. We're just going to buy more and more transmutation stones. We're going to save them up, and we will use them on our best armaments before... I'll just buy all these. I mean, I decided I would buy them all, so I might as well buy them all. There we go. I said I would buy this, but I'm actually going to wait on this for later in the week. So yeah, lots of roads. Lots of roads. And our alliance is also on a road. Our alliance is on a road to becoming an elite English-speaking alliance. I actually think we might get there someday. I think with the recruits that we got in this last KvK and how well they all played and how active they all were, I mean, we've got Matba, Rafa, and Natsu all hanging out in the chat today. Those are all new recruits to the Handsome Devils. They were all very strong performers in this KvK. And so, yeah, we got so many good players. And I think we can just keep getting more and more top players. And I think our alliance is actually on a road that I didn't quite expect to ever be on, which is we are getting real good. Real good. For those who don't know, and I might be wrong about this because I didn't see the final contribution stats, but for all the contribution stats that I have seen, our alliance actually did more KP than our Korean colleagues. Even though the Koreans have more power and they definitely spend more money, we actually did more contribution than them in this KvK. And we have never done that before. We have never even come close to doing that. And that is just a sign of the progress that we are making. So if you are a top player out there in Rise of Kingdoms who's watching this, do consider the Handsome Devils as your next stop on your ROK road. Because we are a very well-run alliance. We have a lot of leaders. We are very active on voice chat. We have someone coordinating things pretty much 24/7 during war. It's a very good group, a very skilled group. And we're in a kingdom with a Korean ally. We often ally with other Korean kingdoms in KvKs. We were paired up with 1718 in this KvK, which is a 6-star alliance. And so we get some very good matchups. We get to ally with strong teams, but then we also get to fight against very strong opponents because we don't take easy fights. We arrange matchups to be fair. And at the end of the day, there are a lot of A kingdoms out there, right? There's a possibility that we would have to move up and fight like the very best of the best A kingdoms, like 1718, 1818, 606, 2377, 2100, etc. It's possible we would play those kingdoms, but there are also a ton, an absolute ton of very good A kingdoms that are right around our power. Like here, I actually want to go through this because I've been kind of I've been thinking about this. Like, who do we want to go against? Like, who are the interesting kingdoms that we could go against? Let me actually let me look at this real quick. All right, so right, like we could get thrown up against these bigger A kingdoms with more KP, like 2100, 2377. But we could also fight somebody like 2000 or 2293. We could fight 1682 again. We could potentially fight 1079 as they downsize. We could fight 1228. We could fight 2332. What are some other interesting kingdoms? 2488, right? I mean, there's just a lot of kingdoms in this group, this area that I'm talking about that have, like, where's 1185? Where's 1185? 23rd, okay. Yeah, we could go against 1185. There are so many interesting A kingdoms that we could be matched up against. So freaking many. And against some of them, it would be an insane challenge. And against others, it would be just a really fun win. You know, it just like we would almost certainly win and it would be a fun win. So I think there's a lot of interesting wars ahead of us in 770. And so if you're out there and you're a strong player and you're looking for like a new type of challenge, if you're looking to fight against and with some very interesting, very capable A kingdoms, definitely reach out and we could talk about your migration options. Video game says I get around 500 to 700 million each week on my farms. That seems about normal. Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm dedicated each day, I can get 100 million RSS on a farm. And video game says 9 farms. I only have 5. Mappa says there's so much diversity now too with the different KvK formats. Rafa says I'd love another Orleans. I agree, Rafa. I like Orleans. I think Orleans is my favorite, to be honest. I like Orleans more than Warriors Unbound just because it's faster. I like that you can swarm everything down. Mappa says now it's not just everyone doing either Strife or HA. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many matchups we could get. So many fun matchups. Because, I mean, there's a lot of, like, B Kingdoms that are serious, you know? There's a lot of B Kingdoms out there that are trying to get better. That have, you know, experienced leaders and skilled players. And so, like, we could get matched up against a bunch of skilled B Kingdoms and show them what, you know, top tier competition is like. So many interesting matchups we could have. Eric says, were you talking about 1254 matching? I saw the map over there. That's going to be a good KvK for sure. Yeah, that should be a good one. That should be a good one. Yeah, I mean, I think people are kind of waiting. The community as a whole is probably waiting for the big KvK. You know, they're waiting for 1093, 960, 1365, and 2489 to decide what they're doing. But there's just like a steady diet of good KvKs, right? You know, our KvK just ended. Ours was a very good KvK. A decent number of people watched it. Not a lot, but a decent number. Now we have that 2100 KvK, which is, I mean, the 2100 KvK to me is fairly interesting. I'm interested to see how 1694 plays. Interested to see how 1228 does. Interested to see 2100 in action again. I still don't think we know exactly how good 2100 is or isn't. And then next week there's a big A Kingdom Strife of the 8, where the level 6 passes are going to open. It's not a I can show you here. I can show you the map of that one. I can show you the map of that one. Shout out to Shocky. So this is another A Kingdom Strife that's happening right now. It's 3 versus 5. The 3 have already locked in. Oh, I guess I'm not seeing every... Okay, so I'm not seeing every single kingdom there, but yeah, I mean, so this is going to go on. This is going on like next week or so, maybe 7 to 10 days, and then at that point, it'll be the 1846, 2605, 1254 grudge match. So the good KvKs are kind of nicely spread out at the moment. And I think we'll all be able to keep ourselves entertained while we wait for the super kingdoms to figure out what they're going to do. Where am I going? Where am I going? Am I just going in circles? I don't mean to walk around in circles, walk around in circles, walk around in circles. Where did my music go? What happened to my music? What happened to the music? What the heck? Why did my music stop? Anyway, there we go. Lambo says 2605 versus 1254 should be interesting. The grudge match. Yeah, it should be a good one. It should be good. Everybody in the chat, Lambo, predicted that North would win, though. Hopefully, what do I want to have happen here? Hopefully, what do I want to have happen here? What I would like to see is I would like 1254 to not fight in the zone 5, although I'm sure they will. It would be so typical T1254 to avoid a fight. But I would love to see 1254 wait and team up with Song and fight 2605 in this zone 6. That's what I want to see. I want to see 2605 get tested by a combined 1254 1302 army. Because 1846 cannot fight in this zone. Like, it doesn't matter how dominant 1846 is over on this side. The group here on the right side can have a good fight. And so hopefully that occurs. Ellie says, don't rush me, I need more speeds. It's not a huge rush, Alloys, but the community is all the KvKs I'm describing are sort of preliminary card type KvKs, with the exception of the 2605 1254 KvK, but even that one I don't think is like super interesting. It's not gonna capture the entire community's attention. So no pressure, but the future of competitive ROK is just waiting breathlessly for 365 and them to decide what they're doing. But no big deal. Lambo does not see Mimi beating Makote. It's a fair point. Fair point. That's a pretty good celebrity fight, though. Mimi versus Makote is a pretty good celebrity fight. That would be such a slap in the face to 2605 if 1254 didn't fight in that first zone. The drama that would come from that would be epic. Well, I think it would be the smart thing. I think 1254 would have a better chance to win if they waited until zone 6. Mimi and Kang can't beat Makote. Ellis says we have 3 teams in OL, so does 93, so I'm sure both want to wait a little before a KvK. That's a good point. I didn't think about that, but that does make sense. That does make sense. Yeah, I mean, I think I guess the meta in the top kingdoms has probably changed a little bit, where you know, 1254 and also I guess to some extent 307 were very much viewed as whale kingdoms, right? They were like big spending kingdoms. And so you didn't, and also 556, same way, right? They didn't have to have a lot of downtime between KvKs. You know, 1254 and 556 were never known as kingdoms that took big downtimes or took big rest periods. But now we have the top kingdoms being kingdoms like 365 and 1093, which are not really the they're not whale kingdoms in the same way that 1254 was. And so probably we're going to see 1093 and 365 taking slightly longer breaks in between KvKs. And we also know that 846 is a very calculating type of kingdom. 846 is one of those kingdoms that has in the past dodged a zone 5 fight because they felt that they had better odds in the zone 6 fight. I almost want to say 846 did that against 1093 back in the day. I forget exactly who they did it against, but I know it was a controversial decision to forego a fight until later. So it's almost like some of the top kingdoms now are a bit more of a grinder group. They do need a little bit more time to regain their speed ups. So maybe we are going to have to wait a bit longer for some of these matchups. Lembo says, Allies, any of your team sleepers? Who can I earn some easy coins on? BLN betting it's about even. And how's the OG team look? Lambo, my biggest bet right now is on OG. I'm thinking OG at the current odds is looking pretty good against TR. Ella says JST is 365's best team by a large margin. Who knows how good OG or BLN does? LOL. Azrael says, any thoughts about 1v versus 16 OT? Azrael, I would put a small bet on 16 OT. I think at these odds, it makes sense to put a small bet on the underdog. The odds are so good for them. And again, let's look at what we actually have here. We have a team that has more power than 1v. These characters look Chinese to me. So it's a Chinese kingdom. They have 6 stars. They have more stars than 1v has. So everything about this team looks like they are very strong. And I did hear a rumor, I heard a rumor from a complete rando in someone's YouTube chat, can't remember who it was, who said that 1v had lost some of their Osiris League leaders. So I think when you put all those together, you simply have to bet small on 16 OT. Nick says Lambo OG is better than BLN and OL. Facts. Well, I hope you're right, because I bet on OG. I will say, Lambo, that BLN has a pretty tough matchup in week 1. They're fighting against the allies that we have in this KvK. Like they're fighting against our coalition mates in 1718. And 1718 is very strong. Like they're very, very good. Like very well run alliance, very good strategy, lots of good players. So 1718 is very good. I don't know how they play in OL, but I just know in general their alliance is very good. LS says OG has a solid team. BLN has a lot of new players or new roles. We are still trying to figure it out. Nick says OG will clean TR out. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of good bets this week. The chat and I are seeing eye to eye on some of these plays. So hopefully we all get rich. (17-18) is the hardest matchup for BLN's group. Yeah, I didn't really look at the groups. I guess I could look at the groups here for a minute, since we have a bunch of Osiris League heads in here now. Okay, so here are the groups. Here are the groups. All right. Boy, the first thing I'm seeing is how many Asian alliances there are here. I mean, look at Group C. It's all Asian alliances. So what's like a really tough group? Is this, who is this? This is 14-19. This group is interesting. This group seems like very even. And so these week 1 matches are quite important in Group A. This is probably, this might be the group of death. JST 1664. Although apparently somebody was saying in chat that the best players from 1664 are playing on the 1v team, perhaps. There's 1v's group. It seems like 1v is likely going to advance even if they lose this match. So that's also pretty interesting. This group looks a little soft, not gonna lie. 1446, 175, 1647, and then 1615, which probably most of us have not heard of. So Group E looks a little soft. Group F has 1648, who's pretty good. Group F is not the hardest group, but an interesting group. So this looks like a Chinese kingdom. People were saying 1393 is good. We played against 1753. They're a Korean kingdom. They were very strong. They destroyed us, as you can see. 1484, and then another 1093 team. So 1093 has its work cut out for it in this group, but I mean, they could advance. It's possible they can advance here. And then 158 looks very strong. BLN, 1718, and then 1079, as usual, gets a very tough matchup. They've had tough matchups their last 2 KvKs, and they get a tough matchup in Group H as well. Yeah, pretty interesting groups in Horus. Pretty interesting. I just like that we know a fair number of these teams at this point, or we know the kingdoms, you know? So we have... We're not going in blind, right? You know, I'm sure that most people in this game, I understand that most people in this game do not look at BLN against 1718 and think to themselves, oh my gosh, that's such an amazing match. Oh, can we pre-register? Does that mean we can watch these games? If we can pre-register, does that mean we can watch the games? Anyway, I know not everyone in this game looks at BLN 1718 and is like, oh, that's so interesting. But I like that, you know, some of these kingdoms have been around long enough that we actually do have some understanding and some backstory about the significance of what's taking place. Cami P to Win says, any tips for 2 days left of Hidden Lotus without spending? Cami, I'm sorry, I refreshed my memory on what Hidden Lotus is. I honestly don't remember. Ellis says, OL has changed so much, there are not as many good teams as there used to be. Teams have left Horus Realm. Yeah, Ellis, yeah, I feel like there's almost exactly 32 really good teams in Horus left. I feel like it used to be that really good teams got knocked out before the final 32, whereas now basically almost every good team did make it in. It's changed, but like I like seeing as many solid teams as we're seeing. Ezra says, what happened to V636, man? They were great when I quit the game. Yeah, I forget who they lost to. I forget who they lost to. I think they lost in the qualifier finals. But I forget who it was. Lambo says, my issue with OL is the early group stages are so easy. They really don't test many of these teams and get them ready for the top tier competition they're going to face here in these groups or elimination. Ellis says all the groups are a little soft. Yeah, I could see them being a little soft. Yeah, Lambo, you and I don't fully agree on the early Osiris League. Like, I see it as a reward for teams who, you know, sign up and play well enough to get some wins and make it into that the qualifier period where you play those 2 extra matches, right? I just see it as like, if you can make it out of your pool and play in those qualifier matches, then what you've done is you have earned an extra match that the other teams in Osiris League do not earn. You get to play Arc one more time and get those rewards, whereas the teams that didn't qualify don't get that reward. And if you sign up for Osiris League, you get to play 1 match more than non-signups play. And so I just think those rewards are reasonable for people A, signing up, and B, winning their group. It's yes, we're not all the greatest teams, right? You know, our team has never made it to the final 32 and will be hard pressed to make it to the final 32 in the future. But in this season, we won a tough match in our group, and that allowed us to win our group. And then we beat 1647 in the semifinals because they were in KvK. And that allowed us to play Arc 6 weeks in a row. Like, we basically have played Arc 6 weeks in a row. And we did that because we signed up for OL and we won our matches. And that's not a big reward, but I like that we got a reward for that. And if we eliminated the pool play, then we wouldn't get that kind of a reward. Alemo says, I'm 100% fine with that, Brian. It's those countless no-show matches, the tons of matches that are blowouts in those early group rounds. Teams' alliances need to be hit with sanctions if they don't show up for matches or field less than the number of players they register. They could cut it down. I guess they could change the format a little bit and do like 256 teams, and then maybe still do this. Like, you could still do groups of 4, but then so then there'd be 64 teams left, and you just do like one round of the divisional playoffs. I mean, they could do that. They could cut it to 256, still have group play, and just make the divisional qualifiers 1 match instead. I could see that. I mean, my big thing, Lambo, is I just want them next season to let everyone watch the matches and therefore cast the matches. Like, I'm bummed that we can't cast Osiris League, right? I mean, heck, Lambo, you and me, we could have teamed up and cast Osiris League. We could have been we could have, you know, done matches on each other's channels, and it would have been awesome, dude. You and me casting an Osiris League match together. It would have been like a couple of old sportscasters in their glory days, talking shop. You know, so I would have liked to have done that, you know? Let's give people a chance to prove themselves as Osiris League casters. Yep, I would have gotten up early every Sunday morning and cast a game. Because Osiris League is always something people talk about. Like, that's the thing, right? Osiris League is a super popular event in ROK. Everyone talks about it. We're having a bunch of discussions on here, even though we haven't even seen any of the teams play yet. We're going to have some really good discussions as the tournament goes on. But none of those discussions are going to take place on any of our channels. They're going to take place on the official ROK YouTube channel, where it's like a whole different audience, where the chat's totally different. Whereas if we could actually stream some of these matches, then we could have some discussion before the match, during the match, and after the match. And at the end of the day, OL is more on the hardcore side of the community. The hardcore side of the community is the one that's really interested in that. And we kind of need our own channels to have those hardcore chats. Shirk says, how much you have left to VIP 18? I've got a long way to go. I've got 1 million. Almost exactly 1 million. So I'm just plugging away. Plugging away at it. ZFT Gaming, welcome to the stream. Is the vote for first KvK or... Oh, the KvK 1 power skin for Hidden Lotus? Yeah, unfortunately, Cammy, I'm not exactly sure how to get that skin faster. Video game says, give people 50% slower healing speed for not showing up to OL. You'll never see it happen then. Yeah, I mean, they could cut the number of teams or something. Like, the thing is, when people don't show up, they're penalizing themselves also, right? Lambo, thanks for hanging out. I'll catch you later, and thank you again, Lambo, for the gifted subs. That's awesome. Really appreciate it. And have a good stream later today, Lambo. Shirk, I bet on 1960. I bet on 1960. 60 GT to be specific. But I do think 2489 is a pretty good bet also. 89 CG. Nick says, what most of us don't understand is why stop us from spectating wasn't part of OL strategy is looking at old matches and finding tactics or counters against the other alliances they might face. Well, Nick, I think it's because you can't show the match in real time. With the Sentry Ward skill, you cannot show the match in real time, or else stream sniping would be amazing and you could literally see where the enemy puts their ward and then immediately place your own ward and kill theirs, right? So you can't show it live. You literally cannot show it live because of that ward skill. But they needed to put a delay into the game. And they also cannot trust content creators to put a delay on. You can't just like say to all content creators, by the way, please put a delay on. So they have to code the delay into the game itself. And unfortunately, they did not do that for this season. Shirk says, yeah, that's safe, but 2377 have more strength than Realm of Anubis, so it'd be a tough fight. All right, Shirk, that's a very good point. Why did I not see 2377 here? Oh, that's because they're in Anubis. Are they? Oh! So 2377 is in Anubis. Okay. So 60 GT is sort of safe, but this is a definite threat. This is definitely a threat. Yeah, 2489 might be better. I'm not seeing as obvious a threat in 2489's realm. I mean, if SW is really their biggest threat, then I would say 2489 is a very safe bet. Not to say SW can't beat them, but SW is unproven in Osiris League. So maybe 89 CG is the best bet. I don't know, it's just hard to bet against 960. ZFT Gaming says, who should I bet on in Realm of Sobek? Bro. Does this look like a Sobek channel to you? I have no idea, ZFT. Don't you guys have a very good team? Aren't you in one of like the biggest kingdoms in Sobek? Look, nobody even bet this. Nobody even bet this realm. Oh, they get all bet on this team? This is always a risk. It's a risk to bet on the crazy favorite in the new realms, because these teams have lost before. I forget what season it was, but it was in a recent season where like a ton of people bet on some kingdom in one of these new realms, and then they like didn't even come close to winning. They lost in like the round of 8 or something like that. But Shirk says W34 for sure. Yeah, the more we talk about it, the more I feel like 2489 is the best bet. Ezreal says I would bet on 3004 as they put up a great fight in my KvK. Played for win says, is it possible to migrate from SOC to a kingdom that just occupied the temple? Or when would be the next best time to migrate? Play for when you cannot migrate back to a kingdom that just occupied the temple, you can migrate back to a kingdom that has finished their first lost kingdom and is getting ready for their second lost kingdom. That's when you can migrate back. Shirk says I bet on 2934. I know it's new kingdom and all that, but it's a pretty safe bet for round 1. Nick says, which kingdom did Bye-Bye's account migrate to? New OL realm is where he is, I think, and that has a high chance of winning the new realm. Bye-Bye is a good Osiris League player. I forget exactly what kingdom Bye-Bye is in. I forget. It's I want to say it's probably in Anubis. I don't think it's a high 2000s. I think it's like a mid 2000s. But I could be wrong. I don't know if Bye-Bye migrated super recently, or is he still in the kingdom he was in for the last like 6 months or so. Oh, play for win. Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, I need to make some new videos for sure. I've been streaming more instead of making videos, but I need to make videos. I just knew I had to chain. I just have to chain. That's the thing. I have to make videos, but I also have to chain. So when I'm chaining, I might as well just stream. Oh, let me get my 3rd chaining march out. My Zug is right next to my city for some reason. Make videos about how to chain. I could do that. I could do that. I'm not sure that I'm all that good at it. No, I play for win. I mostly have just a ton of war videos to make. I have so much footage from this war that we just ended that I just need to start making videos about it. I do think I'm going to wrap this stream up at 21 UTC. Stream's been going for a while, longer than I expected for sure. Looks like we're at something like 4 hours, which time has absolutely flown. But yeah, it's going to be time to wrap it up pretty soon. Because one, I keep screwing up these... Look at this opportunity here. Let's actually do this chain correctly. Let's just sit here, focus on this chain, and do it correctly. Because this looks like I can eat the whole thing at once. Alright, so this is how to chain. Here's my video. Oh, I forgot to put the chat back up. My bad, guys. My bad. So this is how to chain. You wander on the map for 4 hours, and then eventually you find the perfect clump, and instead of switching around to your other marches, you stay on this march to make sure you do the entire chain right. So here, we just want to move over a little bit because we know these guys came from over here. So we'll just bring them to the next one. Now I could have waited a little bit longer because what you really want is you want this level 52 English soldier to die much faster than this level 51. Because you don't want them to die with the same circular nuke, or else you won't be able to move over in time to the next English soldier. But here we're fine. Now the only issue is that what was a perfect clump, they've now wandered all over the place. And so when we get to this level 50 soldier here, we're gonna have to do a long walk to this level 49, and we may or may not be able to make it. But there is no try, there is only do. So here you just gently move down. You don't want to run too far away from the enemy, or from your barb. But you just want to keep moving down. Keep moving down. And this should get the 49 in the AoE. I could move a little further, but I think this gets it. Oh, it wasn't going to get it, but then it walked in. It's better to be lucky than good. And we are just going to keep going. These barbs are letting me cook. X-Snow, welcome to the stream. Thanks for keeping an eye on things. And this may be the longest chain I've had this KvK. Because I don't remember having any other really long ones. And this one's actually been pretty decent. As you can see, the WC is still at full health. No problems there. It kills things very quickly. It moves quickly. Double C Hera is simply the best barb chaining march in the game. And now, do I want to try to reach this level 49? Not really. Let's just close this out. Let's close this chain out. We'll add up how many barbs it was. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A solid 10 chain by the Double C Hera. 100 minutes of speed ups there. Another 100 there. Yep, pretty good. Did I get any materials? No materials, but we move on. And we are back to 3 chaining. Got another 5 minutes of 3 chaining. And see if anybody else is on. Let's see if anybody else is on here. Okay. All right, so we're up to 944 subscribers now. I've gotten almost 30 subscribers on this stream. Really appreciate that. That's amazing. That's like the most subs I've ever gotten on a stream. I think this is probably also the most members I've ever had on a stream. And I guess this is why sometimes you just have to stream. Even if you don't have anything that exciting to do, just stream. See what happens. The worst that can happen is I chain barbs. Not many people watch. I run out of things to talk about. And we just listen to music and chain. Like, that's the worst that could happen. The best that can happen is what happened today. The chat got active. Time flew. People subscribed. I chained a decent amount. Nick says, only the beginning of your journey. Yes, the road. Only the beginning of the road. Yeah, we'll see how it goes, Nick. We'll see how it goes. The ROK YouTube space is super interesting right now. Part of what is motivating me is just that it's such an interesting space. I mean, we are all very supportive of one another, but it's also very competitive at this point because there's such a hole in the market from all the old-timey big streamers retiring. There's such a hole in the market, and you can see a bunch of people trying to seize that market share. There's a bunch of smaller streamers like myself and video makers who are working really hard. There are people out there who are progressing faster than I am. Archer Syndicate, for example, is completely blowing up. He makes a new video almost every single day. He's doing a really good job of, coming up with things to talk about every single day. And so it's a very competitive space with a lot of opportunity. And I don't know if I'm going to win or not, but I like being in the game, and I just am curious to see how it turns out. Because I do think some people are more talented than others, and it'll be interesting to see how much talent wins versus work ethic, versus being in the right place at the right time, versus already having a lot of subs. And really what's going to be interesting is how we push each other to make better content. Because I'm already seeing some content creators talk about the game on a very high level. I don't know if anybody watched 12 Inch's video this morning about how Zenith the Power sucks. But basically 12 Inch managed to talk about one specific subject, castle skins, and that Zenith the Power event. But by talking about that one subject, he ended up covering tons of sort of big picture issues in Rise of Kingdoms and big picture ways to play. He got into like what should you be spending your gems on, and why, spending all those speed ups on Zenith just to get a slightly better castle skin is just not that effective compared to using all that stuff to I'm blanking a little bit. Sorry, I'm blanking a little bit on what he said, but it was just, he was talking about efficient play and efficient account building, right? And that's like knowledge that he has that other people absolutely need to get, like how to be really, really intelligent about building your account. And he was able to present that information in a way that was packaged within a very specific storyline. And I just thought that was one of the best ROK videos I had seen in a really long time. Because it both told a story and covered a specific topic, but also gave advanced info about something that people need. And so I was very motivated by that video because I was like, man, he's talking, like, how is he talking about this game on such a high level? Like, how can I talk about the game on such a high, on an equally high level? So I think we're all going to push each other to make better content, you know? And at the end of the day, I think the people who give the best information are going to get a good chunk of the market share. They're not going to get all of it, but I think they're going to get a good chunk of it. Nick says you can get a good city skins in SOC by having 650k coins. If people knew it in the beginning, people could be a lot more proficient and not waste money as Lilith intends. Yeah, that was definitely part of 12 Inches point, was just like get Twilight Falls, and Twilight Falls is going to be almost as good as a Zenith skin. Connor says, when did he talk about this? It was on his most recent video. He put out a video like today or yesterday called Zenith of Power Sucks. It's like a 12-minute video, but it just has a lot of good info in it. Even the one city skin isn't worth missing out on the 3 accessories. Yeah, that was one thing that he said, right? He said that you can spend those 650k coins to get Twilight Falls, but you're better off getting 3 legendary accessories for all those coins. Like, you're going to get more value from making those accessories than from getting Twilight Falls. Play for Win says most of them just do reaction streams nowadays. Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing a mix. We're seeing a mix of very high quality content, and we're also seeing clickbaity, low effort content. But I think there was kind of a phase where there was just not even that much high quality content. I think there was a phase in ROK content creation where, with the exception of the occasional John Wick video and videos where Chiskel made a ton of sense, because I do think Chiskel knows a lot about the game, but I think some of his videos are like way more catered towards newer players. I think there was a time period in ROK content creation where there was like very little content that was for the high end of the game. And I think the competition that exists in the space now is going to sort of require some of us to make very high quality content. Connor says, Barb chaining along with you with Ethel Richard because I decided to hoard sculptures for SOC commanders. All right, shout out to you, Connor. The struggle is real. The struggle is real. Yeah, I hope I'm not making you too jealous just running around with a double C Hera, quickly destroying everything in its path. I mean, I tried to make a very good video about Q Bing, right? I didn't watch anyone else's video. I just looked at the skills myself. I talked to a few people in Discord, and I tried to make a good video. I tried to make an informative video that analyzed the commander correctly. But ultimately, I made some pretty big mistakes in that video. Like I said, he might be good for rallies, but when I thought about it more, and when I read the comments and watched some other people's videos, I realized, oh, this person is actually not going to be good at rallies at all. And so I gave sort of misleading information in my video. So like for me, I can talk about war stuff all day. I can make high quality war footage all day. But when I'm talking about new commanders and pairing commanders together, for whatever reason, I'm not that great at it. But those are important videos to be able to make. You can get new subs from videos like that. So for me personally, I just have to somehow get better at analyzing commanders by reading their descriptions. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that sort of a competition. Like, force me to get better at making informative content. I would rather compete at that than compete at, you know, who can make the better thumbnail, who can make the better clickbait title. Nick says, would Huo be a good term investment? I assume you mean short-term investment. Would Huo be a good term investment or long-term investment, do you think? I think we need to see him. I think we need to see him in action to be sure. Because if he's not as good as Nevsky, like if Huo is not as good as Nevsky, then you have to consider the possibility that you skip him. Because if you build Huo and it's not as good as Nevsky or Joan, and then you're like going back in time, like you're using your current day gold heads on a commander who is, you know, not as good as the beginning of the current power tier. So I would probably wait and see. I think he's gonna. I think he's gonna be quite good. I think he's gonna be an extremely good replacement to XY. You run your 2 cav marches, you live just fine. But if he's not as good as Nevsky, if he is basically equal to Nevsky but worse at swarming flags and worse at swarming rallies, then, or I guess you can swarm rallies with him, but worse at swarming flags, then he's not a must buy, right? If he's slightly worse than Nevsky, then he's not a must build. Because the simulator results on Huo they were I think he performed slightly below expectations. I think people would have predicted that Huo Joan would beat Nevsky Joan, but it didn't. But it's also worth noting that Huo did better with William than with Joan, if I recall correctly. And that's pretty interesting, and that's very convenient, because then you can keep Nevsky Joan together, and you can just replace XY and run Huo William. And those are probably the 2 best, like those 2 cav marches are probably better than the 2 best archer marches or the 2 best infantry marches. And by the way, they move the fastest, which for the most part, I think we all underrate the importance of speed in today's open field game. Anyway, I said I was going to end at 2100. I kept it going for a few minutes more because I had lost track of the time. Let's read Nick's last comment here. Would you prefer to max ZL or wait for the new infantry commander to see if they will have AoE? Because AoE has more benefits for open field scenario than single damage and slowdown debuff. I think right now what we're seeing is that Zug is better than Huo. Right? I think Zug is sort of clearly the better build than Huo. That's what I see. All right, everybody. What place did we get to in here? We're up to 64th in honor. I think we started at 76th or something like that. We passed Aurora. This is the key. We passed Aurora because Aurora and I compete every KvK. We're very close in honor. So I pulled ahead of Aurora here. She's probably gonna wake up later and pass me back, but there we go. Video game says next imp will have AoE. I can almost guarantee it. Next imp feels like it's gonna be a new Guan. I feel like we're gonna get the Guan upgrade that we've been waiting 3 years for in the next imp. But we will leave that for the future. Thank you all for hanging out. Throw a like on the stream if you have not done so already. Thank you, Seba, for the membership. Thank you, Algebra, for the membership. Thank you, Lambo, for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate everybody hanging out in the chat. Nick, thanks for being here. Video Games, thanks for being here. Honor, good luck with your Eth Richard chaining. Shirk. Alloys. Eric, Matba. Rafa, really appreciate you hanging out, Rafa. Great KvK performance from you. And I will see you all on the flip side.